HDMI cable.
HDMI DP, there's a bag on the...
No, the cable. Just the cable. I don't... I mean, it was supposed to be around somewhere. Like, it was here some minutes ago.
Looking for HDMI. I think it was just chilling on the floor.
Okay.
The next presenter had some issues and
Okay, perfect. All right.
with that device.
Yep. Put it here, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I want to disconnect it before logging in. Yeah, things happen.
I think we can also use this since we have to be. Do you want to use this? So I have it better. Like yeah, you just need. So at least I don't have it maybe here. So. Oh, I wanted to ask you. You know you have been amended, right? It's GSOC. GSOC and Outreach of both. And for that,
Same thing. An MNT of GSOC, but not with Fedora.
Actually, we could put it there. Now that I'm thinking, it's our. Can you, Fernando?
No, that's not gonna happen.
Come on, that's
It's not gonna happen.
Fernando. Let's move this.
Okay, it works.
See,
With enough time for questions? It's better to get the morning with enough time for questions.
yeah.
So then 5 minutes before the close. Thank you. Yes, we're ready. Do you wanna the first one?
You start because we have the.
No, please.
Okay.
The first one.
So should we start now?
I think we can start.
The door will be open, right? Oh, it should be fine. It's not that noisy, but just recording.
Should we start?
Okay, you will move the slides?
Yeah, I can. Or you
Okay.
can. If you want.
Come
We
here
can pass
so
it around.
it appears there. So which should we? Okay, I'm using this one.
Okay. I feel like it's small enough that we can just talk.
Yeah, that's the thing for the audio
Got it.
streaming.
Got it. Wait, it's being streamed?
Check
Yes.
1, 2.
Oh, no.
Is that on? Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mark, is that any better?
Oh, they're doing some testing.
I think we can, I don't know, this seems like we're sort of closed off like this.
So the area is marked with the
Yeah.
white strips. So you can move around. Because
Okay.
Otherwise, we will
I
not be
hate
visible there.
Okay.
If you want to hide yourself,
Hi, Mom.
I love it. So I think we can start.
Okay, yeah, we can start.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining the talk. So today we want to speak about the Mentored Projects Initiative, which is part of the council, an initiative that it was proposed by Fernando and Smira. So a bit about us. Smira?
Thank you. My name is Mira. I am from New Delhi, but I'm also based in Berlin. I am a UX UI designer, and my history with Fedora started as an outreach intern, a mentor, and now the Mentored Projects Initiative co-lead. So I have a bit of history with mentorship, and that's why I'm working with this initiative.
Hey there, I'm Fernando. I'm from Seville, Spain. I'm a network manager and NM state maintainer. a networking guy in a sense. And then also a Fedora packager and the Mentor Projects Initiative call it, and I have been also a mentor for Richie and Google Summer of Code in the past with Fedora. So yeah, this is why I'm here, mainly.
And I'm Jonna. I'm based in Tirana, Albania. I work as a tech community manager consultant, and currently in Fedora, I'm the Fedora DI advisor and also an organizer for Fedora Mentor Summit. Previously, I've been a mentor for Outreach and GSOC as well, which is also why I was interested in the initiative. So what it is, basically, the Fedora Mentor Projects Initiative. The goal that we have as a team is to envision a future where mentors and mentees know what is expected from them in this journey. And they have like a smooth onboarding process, and also another part which is very important that we are also currently working is having this culture of recognition for all the efforts that they are putting into the project to make it successful. So who is it involved? The initiative leaders are Smira and Fernando here. I'm the executive sponsor because now for the initiatives as part of council, we have an executive sponsor to basically help them to make the initiative successful and fulfilling all the things that we want to do there. And we have collaborators, so Fedora Council is helping us a lot with feedback and so on. And we put it, Justin is part of council, but we wanted to call it out because also he has done a lot of work with us. So thanks everyone for helping. And how does it relate actually to the 2028 strategy, which probably you heard it also from Matthew on the state of Fedora. So as part of the strategy and the focus areas that we have is community sustainability, which also connects basically with the main goal that we have to double the number of Fedora contributors every week. And when we speak about community sustainability, it's like a lot of things. But one of the main things that we have it to cover there is that everyone in Fedora has a mentor, and everyone in Fedora is a mentor. And now I will leave it to Fernando and Smira to tell you more what we have done already and what's next.
Thank you, Jonna. So let's discuss what we have done already. So the initiative was proposed in November 2023, and that is when we proposed it. January 2024 was when Outreach 24 applications began, and we applied to the summer cohort, and we secured funding for 3 interns, and also these were not all coding internships. We have a wide variety of outreach projects this time around, which is great. We also tried to apply to Google Summer of Code. Unfortunately, we were not selected, but that's a part of the process. But one of the things that we want to achieve with this initiative is make sure that we have set up the process so we can minimize unsuccessful applications to internship projects. And then in February 24, our initiative was approved by the council. Then March, we conducted interviews with past mentors and mentees, which is a small step in this. We did to identify issues, what's currently happening, what are the problems that mentors are facing, and also to recognize and appreciate people who go out of their way to help others out, who mentor other people in Fedora, which is an awesome thing to do. We also now have a matrix channel dedicated to mentors so that they have a space for discussion, collaboration, and talk about all things mentors and for like mentor projects, whatever they want to discuss with other mentors. April 24, we applied to Google Season of Docs. Unfortunately, it was not selected. We don't seem to have a good track record with Google projects, but hopefully this will improve in the future. And one of the main things that we are doing are writing role handbooks, which is essentially documentation for different kind of roles that you would see in a mentorship project. So that it's not just a mentor and a mentee. We also have people who overlook each mentored project, which we call the mentored projects coordinators. So we have published the handbooks for mentors and mentees, and we are writing 2 more handbooks right now. Okay, why outreach in GSOC? This is a good question. So Fedora has a very successful history with these programs. Like, not to brag, but we are one of the cool kids when it comes to outreach. We get an insane number of applications, more than we can handle. We have to, all of the time, we have to close our applications early because we're super popular. Everyone wants to sit with us. So, and also we have successful interns who have become recurring contributors. I was an outreach intern, and my mentor, Marie, who's sitting right here, she was an outreach intern. So we have a very successful history of converting our interns to recurring contributors. And OutReach provides internships to people who are underrepresented in the community or who are subject to systematic bias, which really helps people who may not have the chance to contribute to open source and provide them with the funding and the resources and the means to participate and have a voice in the community, which is great. Okay, so role handbooks are designed to be a guide and to help contributors navigate their role, responsibilities, and the community at large. What we were seeing were that year after year, while we were participating in these programs, the onus of, okay, what to do, when to do, sort of fell on the person who was volunteering to do it, right? There was not a lot of defined process or something. It was mostly passed on from person to person, but there were no resources for people who wanted to be mentors or who wanted to propose a program in Outreachy or GSOC to know, okay, this is when I should be submitting my application, this is when I should be submitting my project, this is what I need to make sure that my project is successful, this is what I need to do. And so we started with these role handbooks. We have accomplished them for accepted interns, for accepted interns to have like resources and documentation around what they can expect, what to do, just have them a nice, make sure that their onboarding is nice and they have all the resources they need to have a successful internship. And we have them for mentors, which is especially useful because we focus a lot on making sure that the interns have nice time. And usually that responsibility falls onto the mentors to make sure that they guide their interns through their projects. But what happens to the mentors? Who is there to take care of the mentors? And they also run into a lot of issues and they need someone or something to go to and be like, okay, I have this problem, what do I do? And that was our guiding vision with the role handbooks. Okay, now Fernando will do the future part.
All right, so we talked already about what happened. Let's talk a little bit about what's next. Well, also what is currently happening. So the first steps is Flock. We will have some presentations, including this one. Then after Flock, things will set up a little bit, and then we will finish the role handbook for Fedora, the Fedora Mentor Project representatives, and also for the coordinators. And then in September, we want to provide some swag and cool stuff for mentors and mentees to create a recognition culture and recognize their effort, because being a mentee is hard and being a mentor is also really hard. And finally, in October, we want to sit down with a Mindshare committee and establish a team that will continue moving forward the Fedora Mentor Project work and efforts. So, why with the Mindshare committee and what do we need to do with them? So in essence, we need to collaborate with them to make sure we have a team of people that are going to ensure that the efforts on mentorship opportunities continue and grow, and this is not a one-time thing, and this is a continual effort. Then we need to keep documentation up to date. This is something really hard because things and processes changes all the time, and from one year to the other, if we don't keep a look on the documentation, it might be updated, and then the situation is start to be worse and worse because people don't know how to apply or how to handle situations correctly. So we need to keep an eye on documentation. Then we have, we need to continue facilitating conversations between mentors and mentees and applicants. Like communication is hard, and it's always good to have someone that takes care of some of the cultural aspects, communication difference, and how to handle some difficult situations that are always part of the mentorship, mentorship opportunities. And then we want to make sure there is a recognition culture for mentors and mentees, that they feel recognized for what they do, and we believe that that will help them to continue and stick to the community and continue contributing over time. So the idea is that it will be awesome if we get the biggest amount possible of mentees to stick to the Fedora community. So in the future, there are also mentors, because when a mentee in the future becomes a mentor, usually it's a really good mentor because they know how a mentee feels. And there is some empathy there. So it will be really nice if we can get them into the project. And this team also should take a look to the future of Fedora Mentor Summit. So if, in case you don't know, the Fedora Mentor Summit, it's an event that is happening during Flock, right now. And the idea is to promote and grow the culture of mentorship in Fedora community. So this talk is part of the Mentor Summit. Okay, join us for the events that we have today, tomorrow. So we will have a showcase in which we will show the about the work of our last season's interns. It will be really good, so please, tomorrow at 10 in the main room. And then also join us for the Mentorship Summit panel discussion. Bring all your questions, all the topics that you would like to discuss, questions, suggestions, how we could improve things. We want to hear from you. It's going to happen also tomorrow at 4 in the main room. All right, so if you want to help, we need help. Of course, you can be a mentor. You can propose new mentorship opportunity if you are aware of some in which Fedora is not participating. But right now, we are also especially looking for translators, because we created the role handbooks. We wrote them in English. But some mentorship opportunities, like Orichi, doesn't require you to speak English. So we think that it would be nice to have them in several languages, so we can reach out more people and provide opportunity to people that also don't know English. So reach out on Matrix. And we are also a GitLab. So we have now our GitLab home, where we have all the issues, tracker, documentation, and so on. So if you have any proposal or you want to provide translations, please also reach us out there. That's all. So I think we have some time for questions. Okay. Is there any question? Shall we pass them?
So, great effort. Thanks for doing it, first of all. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. So, thank you so much for these efforts. These are very, very important and sometimes sidetracked. But you have given the enough importance and efforts to put in all of these things together. I was asking Justin as well, do you have any plans to roll out the hard copy of the rule book?
You mean printed?
Yeah. Some fancy design.
Currently, we didn't thought about that, but might be. Oh, sorry. All right, sorry. So I think currently we didn't think about that, but might be an option to explore in the future.
It's a good idea.
It might be a good idea for the more general aspects of it, because I think the process details probably might get out of date, and then
that's
not very useful. But for the general recommendations about communication, culture, all of that probably can be.
There are things which we need to consider to roll that out. But I was just thinking that you also raised a point about mentors being recognized. So what about creating a kit for those mentors? And we can include this book in that and some more goodies or swags for mentors and mentee. So that sort of a thing.
That's probably a good thing for Esmira, because
she
was looking into that. So.
Yes. That's actually a really good idea. And we could also, a more general version of the handbooks could be distributed at events like these for people who may not know much about mentoring, or just like introduce mentoring to people, just they plant the idea of mentoring in their heads, and maybe they can explore more. So I think that's a really good idea that we can look into.
Okay. Thank you. One more question I have is about utilization of this rule book. So are you going to keep a tab about the utilization of this book and getting the feedback for the improvement? How you gonna do that? How do you plan to do that?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. One of the things that we talked about was actually quantitative metrics while we were doing this proposal, like how we can measure it. And one thing, obviously, I wouldn't call it trivial, but it's a small but powerful metric that we can track as page views, right? And also, sorry, what was the second part of your question?
How you receive the feedback?
Yeah, so we actually, we fast-tracked our accepted intern role handbook so that we could have our accepted interns of this cohort actually use it, and then we could get feedback from them. And also, we plan to set up feedback mechanisms right there in the role handbook.
Maybe survey link or
or something like, if something seems outdated, or if there's something incorrect, you want something added, you can reach out to us here, or you can on GitLab, you can open an issue on GitLab. So yeah, we did talk about these feedback mechanisms and metrics to track how well the role handbooks are doing, or how useful they are.
So it seems you have everything covered already. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so I did want to mention that there's a mentorship skill building workshop on Saturday.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, because you talked about the different Mentor Summit bits, but that Samira and I are going to run that, and I think it's 3 or so hours. So there'll be plenty of breaks, but everyone should join if you're interested in building your skills with mentorship. We've set up some really interesting scenarios for folks, easy ones and tough ones. So definitely come for that. No, I have 2 questions. Why do you think we are not getting selected for GSOC and GSOD?
Right, I think I can handle that. Okay. So I went through the process of applying to both of them, and right, so Google is kind of cutting down a lot of the funding for this kind of projects, so that makes it harder to get selected. That's one of the main things, in my opinion. The second thing is that they first try to create like a weird internship period, like 3 weeks, and that doesn't work out for people, because in 3 weeks you cannot do nothing. That's significant. So they went back to the default format of the whole summer, but without less funding, and therefore less organizations are being selected. And I think they are also trying to pick independent or non-funded or non-company-backed organizations. Like in Google's Season of Dogs, it was very clear that the organizations that they picked didn't have a company funding them at all, which I can understand, because it's kind of fair. If the budget is low, they need to prioritize, and yeah, if there are other organizations that doesn't have the money to promote this kind of mentorship themselves, they should probably be prioritized. But I think that's the main reason. Also, I have the feeling that in Google Summer of Code, it's like an inertia thing. Like when you get selected, it's easier that the next year you get selected. But the moment you stop applying, it's hard to get back to it. But that's, I guess, I'm not completely sure about that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have a, were you going to add something?
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to add, there's also one more thing which sort of happened right before this initiative. When we were trying to participate in Google Summer of Code, what happens is they have a longer application period for orgs where you're supposed to have a better history of proposing projects. You have to have more projects which are well outlined, and very far in advance as compared to Outreachy, which has a much more easier, or I would say it's much more easy for an organization to apply for Outreachy. And what happened was at that point, right before the deadlines, or right when they opened the applications, they would expect organizations to have multiple projects, 5 projects, well thought out, planned in advance. But now there's not enough time to do that. Yeah. And that's also, that's sort of at that point I question, okay, who's supposed to do this? Who's supposed to make sure that we have 5 projects 5 months in advance and make sure that we are keeping track of that? And because it's harder for mentors and the organization to apply there as well. And also, it's only coding projects or tech projects, which also limits the scope of the number of projects that we can propose. Yeah.
Thank you for...
Can you use the mic?
Did you try to give this feedback to GSOC?
Yeah, so I met with the GSOC coordinator, I forget her name, at FOSDEM. Stephanie, yes, Stephanie, and I talked to her about this, and she mentioned that yes, a lot of orgs do have a problem with this, but also at that point it was they. Okay. No, at that point they did mention that they do have they've seen these problems with other orgs, but then at that point it's more of an org problem rather than because other orgs are doing this, right? They have other organizations that are doing this.
I have more questions, but I don't know if we're out of time. Yeah. So I'll talk to you later.
For the audio.
I have a question. I understand that the outreach is for that are for the people that is not representing that are minority, right? One of them I think is the people that doesn't speak English. Okay, for example, Latin America. What would be the strategy of the group to join people from for example, Latam?
I think we can answer that quickly. Translators. This is why we are looking for translators. We want to translate the role handbooks to different languages. So people from Latin America, for example, that speak Spanish or Portuguese and they don't know English, they could read it in Spanish or Portuguese and do the process and apply.
But I am talking about for example, the mentor. You know that the mentor always, or the vast majority of time, they speak English, okay? And the communication is not so good.
Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say that's why it's important for us to have diverse mentors as well. Yeah. I cannot have an intern who speaks Spanish because I don't speak Spanish, but I can have an intern who speaks Hindi because I speak Hindi and I can conduct the project in Hindi. So it's important for us to have a diverse range of mentors so that we can get more diverse people and have more diverse projects.
Okay. Well, you have here a contributor in Spanish, okay?
Justin, do you?
I think one of the things that is also going to be, we're looking at in the mentor project process is guidelines on how to propose a project and how to pitch that when we're looking every year for what projects we're going to run. That's one of the things that we want to make more clear and transparent about how you can run a project with Fedora and how you can be a mentor.
priority list of don't put me in. So will there be any priority list of you said that there will be some priority areas where you would like more project to be seen. So will there be any visible or transparent list on this mentorship topics to submit a project?
I don't think I caught your question. Do you mean like prioritizing what projects get selected? Okay, so we had that problem this year as well, where we had more proposals than we had funding. And so how we worked that out was first we talked mutually between mentors, like, oh, we have these 4 or 5 projects, but we only have funding for 3. And a lot of times what we saw were mentors were actually like, you know what, that project is more important, or like, I don't mind, I can do my next round. Also, as we apply to more internship projects, we could, for example, move coding projects to GSOC, right, and have non-coding projects in Outreachy, because that's the setup for it. Yeah, and I guess at the very end, if nothing else, then we have to prioritize people who propose their project first, or like just the quality of project.
And has a better timeline.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah, like the strategy, the 2028 strategy, yeah, that also makes sense. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hey guys, I just had a question. I'm a new Fedora contributor. I've been contributing to another company for about 12 projects, which takes about 3 years to do that. And I was interested in, like, are the projects topics already assigned when you apply to a topic? Because if I was going to do any kind of mentorship, I would need to do a project with you guys first, or 2 projects, to get acquainted with the operating system a little bit better. So how do you guys apply for projects? Like, what is the procedure, and is that going to be covered in another meeting, or?
Yeah, you can get that.
Right, so the idea is that this is why the role handbooks are there. So now we have the mentor's role handbook, and we plan to create the coordinator one, which is probably more related to this. So in essence, you are going to be able to, we will provide a process to create an issue on our GitLab and saying, hey, I have an idea, and then you need to pitch for that idea. It doesn't matter if it's coding or design or documentation or whatever, or QE, whatever. And then you pitch for that idea, you get some questions from us, and if it passes all the criteria, then they're good to go. We can move it forward and yeah, try to get you an intern, and yeah.
I think this ecosystem can do deployments. The other project platform cannot do any kind of deployment to solve, like, proof of concept stuff. And I'd like to do something that's, like, deployable in the operating system people can use. So, you know.
Yeah. Oh, we are, sorry, out of time.
That's it, guys.
No problem. Thank you.
You guys about the Outreachy program in Latam. You speak Spanish, right? Yeah. ¿Tú eres Sevilla. Hablamos después ahorita. I can connect the. Yeah, but I have an issue with
Oh, did you have the issue earlier with this?
okay.
Were you having an issue earlier with it working?
No.
So is there a matrix chat channel
right now they're two separate screens. If you do mirror, it'll then hit apply.
Okay, it's good. Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, guys, thanks for having me. Well, first, thanks for having me. I'm here to talk about Fedora Latam. Fedora Latam, you know, it's a big group that have been they have a lot of contributions for years. Okay, but right now is some that. Okay, I know that the last time that you guys talked about this. I think the last year, it was a controversial conversation, okay? I am here to give my point of view about it, to change, to give an idea how to get more contributors in Latam, okay? First, I am Eduardo. I am Packager sponsor, ambassador, GSAC mentor, and Fedora contributor since 2012. Okay? And well, I'm not here to talk about the past, okay? It's to give a context about our community and how it was in the past. This is one of the false contributors in 2016, okay? But on simple time, when we had a lot of ambassadors in many countries, okay, Venezuela, Panama, for example, we had a lot of contributors in Peru. We started to make a good work in packaging, okay, and we got a lot of contributors in packaging, okay. And we had a good number of translators in our group, okay? But many of them right now are retired or changed paths. That happens. That happens in Latam, and that happens in every country, okay? Where we get contributors in Latam, and I think in worldwide, we get contributors in universities, okay? And are really well-established events in the region. FliSol is one of the largest, and Latino World, for example, in Brazil, is one of the largest events in that part of the world. But we are not so good in coding, okay, in get coders people, okay? The vast majority of the students are not developers, are not translators, because you know in that part of the world we won't learn Spanish we won't learn English from where we are down. There are not graphic designers, there are not cloud engineers. So we're not so good in code, but we are really good being ambassadors and users, okay? The people always in Latam are excited to use Fedora, okay? And they in Latam use only two distros, okay? Ubuntu or Fedora. Well, we have a good opportunity in Latam to get more ambassadors and to get more users with every version of the distro. Okay, and so what is hard to get more contributors? One of them, English is not the primary language. Okay, the coders that are in them want to contribute to the main projects, but usually the projects have a high bar for students, and the student doesn't have intensive programming language knowledge. Okay, so that is a problem to give important contributors, and the third problem that I see is even the venues in universities, they are not given the opportunity to use the university as venue, because not always they expect something in return. Okay, and when you are not a student anymore, it's difficult to get to get a venue. Okay, so as I say, from my point of view, Latam is strong with ambassador, packagers, and documentation. Where we can get more contributors. Latam has a bunch of startups. Okay, the companies that are increasing in Latam are a lot. The people that are in there speak English. The people that or are learning English. Okay, and usually they are not a student anymore. Okay, and they are very interested to give contributions to open source. Okay, and also they could be mentors because they work as a coder all the days. Well, with this strategy, I think we can kill 2, even 3 bears with one stone. Okay, I talk with several companies in Latam, and they are very interested to give space to the community and sponsor the communities, obviously appearing with a name, you know. They can be even the sponsors, and some of them use Fedora, use Red Hat, okay, to create the software and to create containers and to create virtual machines. And they are very interested to have an updated package. So they are interested to use time of the developers to give contributions to the community. Okay, like 10% of the time or 5% of the time, you know. And they are also very interested in keep updated documentation they use for the project that they use. Okay, and for example, I think to summarizing, I think we need to change the strategy in Latam because the strategy for a student is not working. Okay, and it's not have been not working for years, and I have seen changes giving the opportunity to the companies, giving opportunity to people interested to contribute in companies to be contributor of Fedora. So as an ambassador, I think it will be my strategy and the strategy of my group from starting this year to reveal the Latam community. Okay, so. If you have any question about it, I know that you have this conversation before, but I would like to know your opinions.
So first, thanks for the presentation and making space and representing our folks from LATAM. My question is, I thought it was really interesting that you're kind of talking about the startups that are there and that they're, many of them are in that Fedora ecosystem, they're using it and they're interested in sponsorship. My question is, do you see like an interest in like something, say, like a FudCon style kind of event like we used to do? Do you think there would be sponsors that would want to host and provide a venue for something like this, or would provide sponsorship for an event? Or is there something like, what would be, I'm still trying to understand, I guess, the incentive. Like, what would make it a great thing for a local company to sponsor, say, a FudCon? So then we could do some kind of local regional event, maybe, and then find ways to save by doing it at, the sponsor's venue, if they have an office, or if they want to provide some other kind of sponsorship. Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, what's that incentive model look like for them? Is it just that they want a Like, is it contributor focused? Is it user focused? Does the question make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense a lot. And I think it's a contribution focus. Okay, it's not a user focus, and we can build that that relationship, obviously. But I think they are very interested in being contributors because they use the software. They use the software as a platform for coding. Okay, but also you know that a lot of free software projects in Latin America are based in communities, and also I think if we have the conversation at the table of sponsor our projects and sponsor like FoodCon events or Flock events in Latin America, it will be possible, starting obviously with the monthly and the periodically contributions to all the community itself. Okay, that answer the question, man.
And then maybe as a follow-up, so maybe I'll give a context and then the question. So the context is one thing I've been following in APAC that I think was really successful last year was there's the GNOME Asia event. So last year it was in December. They did it in Nepal, primarily a GNOME event, but we took a different approach to it, and we had a really coordinated Fedora presence there at the event. And we did a release party. We had a lot of our contributors from the region that were there. And I thought I think it worked really well that it wasn't like a Fedora event, but it overlapped a lot. There was that synergy that was there, and I think and it saved us a lot of work too. That our regional team didn't have to plan a whole event and fund an event. Like, we want to sponsor it, we want to support it in other ways, but we didn't have to do all that work of like organizing a whole event just for our community. We kind of like piggybacked on it. So my question is, do you see any events like on the horizon in LATAM that might be like a great option for, say, Fedora to co-locate or do something with, kind of riding along with a larger or bigger event in the region? Do you know of anything that might be really good for that, or maybe places where there are Fedora people going? Just curious kind of what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, good question. There are a huge community in Latam for coding in, for example, Python. PHP is one of the most used, okay? And the companies are using Java, okay? So there are strong communities working on them. And there are not events for that. Cool, go ahead. There are not events for that right now. They are not localized event for that for the languages, okay?
So they're all in Spanish.
Huh?
They're in Spanish is what you mean.
Cool.
They're Espanol. They're in Spanish.
No, the programming languages.
Okay.
They are not localized. They are not localized events for the programming languages. Okay, but there are communities that are very active to coding. Okay, so I think if we create more events, okay, related to the programming languages, okay, and we use Fedora as a sponsor of these events, okay, that are for that programming languages, it could be useful for giving contributor to our community.
I feel like PyCons have been a really successful event in LATAM for folks. And maybe I need to go talk to one of my friends about how PyCon. That might be an option because we have some friends and connections over there in the Python world, and a lot of what we do is all Python. So I think there is a strong overlap there. It's helpful to know. Thanks.
Well, thank you. There's someone with a question? Okay. Thanks for the opportunity.
Check 1, 2. Yes, I am trying. Yeah, my talk is next. Yes, that would be awesome. Hi.
I'm so sorry, we'll get this.
Oh, is it still not working?
Oh,
or-
no, we're working on this.
Oh,
Yeah.
something else, different.
Is it this one?
different issue.
Yeah, so you just put the tool
Okay,
in over
I
there
think
and
I'm
turn
good.
it, and it pushes. Yep, and then
Hopefully.
it pushes back.
Okay.
We started at 11:30. So you got another.
I'm not eating no lunch. I'm gonna be looking for this.
All right.
We have one somewhere, but I saw it.
Yeah, I think
Home. This is just this.
he'll be back. Okay, thanks. Looking good. I'll see if they see you back here.
This is the issue right here. So like closing this wall.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, so we don't have, we can't find the tool that we used to have. And is there a way to like? Just tell Carlos you were working on it up here, okay?
Where are you?
Or do you want me to let him know?
I'm in the ballroom right now.
They're working on the wall issue right up here, second floor.
Actually, looking for the floor there.
پیدا کنم برای ما کجا میاد باش همینجا باش
kitchen.
And the ballroom, banquet site.
Kitchen hallway. Birol da kujا میچست آن شو. دویسو میچست
second floor? What second floor? Yo. Here, call us up. या सही शे
نشده نچسبیده
सही शे ना महीने का चीज कौन सही मिशे
Oh, sorry, sorry.
I'm sure it's in one of the offices.
बोल शमा खाली सुबरम
And I've
Here.
never used
Hey,
it
hey,
myself.
hey, guys.
Yeah, I'm fixing this.
Oh, you want to fix the wall? So what you do is close this one first. You see this?
He says he's a backup tool.
Watch your fingers, guys.
Yeah.
You do this. Close this first. Then you close that. Lock it up here. Ready? Lock it. Lock, push, pull. Pull, pull. How do you say it in your language, Danny?
Do you want to go in there and push on it from the...
Okay, I got it. I got
Let
it.
you out at the end
Now
of the day.
close it. Now close it. No, the other way. There you go. Now, bring it back out. Bring it back. Okay, now do it. Now close it. Hard.
Good, good.
Good?
Yeah.
Is it under?
Yeah.
Let it go.
The bottom piece doesn't fall, but there's a little gap at the bottom, right? Does it go in the trim? Oh, okay. It's not sure it was a trim.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, there's a little trim.
Is there something missing or something?
No, because this is the...
Oh, I get what you're saying. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
He didn't put it all in. Where's the thing?
Good. Better, thank you.
Hi, Neil. Yes.
Cool.
Thank you.
Cool, cool. It's an hour, right?
Yeah.
You want me to tell you with like time left for questions, or how do you want to?
You can. I think it hopefully won't be too. I hope. I don't know.
Alrighty.
It's like 45 minutes. Might be. I'll probably be like a little faster than that. So it should be good.
Sounds good. I'll keep that in mind.
Okay. Thank you. I think it should be good. It's close to starting. I'll give people like a couple minutes after the break, just to give them time to wrap up their snacks. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we have at least one taker, right? Yeah. Oh, yes, sure, I'd be honored. Thank you. Thank you. We'll give folks a couple more minutes to filter in if they want. Sure, sure, yeah. Is the audio okay? Are you guys, yeah, okay. Okay, we can go ahead and get started. Thank you everyone so much for being here. My name is Maya Singh, and I am going to be giving you all the rundown on unlocking systems insights, leveraging eBPF for data collection. This talk is going to feature a open source project called Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget is a CNCF sandbox project that we're really excited to tell you a little bit about. Before we get started, yeah, thank you all for being here, and I would love to give a round of applause to our volunteers and everyone who's helping make this conference possible, and everyone with, I had a lot of AV help earlier today, so yeah, a round of applause for those folks, thank you. And yeah, let's get started. So a little bit about me. I'm actually originally from Rochester, New York, so really excited that Flock was here this year. I'm a product manager at Microsoft, and pictured here are a couple of my teammates. Mauricio is our technical lead, and Chris is our technical product manager. Some of the slides you see today are reworked from their previous presentations, so wanted to give them a shout out. They're amazing coworkers and colleagues to work with, so yeah, just wanted to shout them out. Okay. Alrighty, so a few goals for today. It would be great if by the end of this presentation, you all have a high-level understanding of eBPF and its superpowers. And we hope that you'll learn about Inspector Gadget and how it supercharges eBPF. And hopefully you have fun and are engaged during the talk and enjoy learning about these things. Here's our agenda for the presentation, starting out with the introduction. We're already on our way there. We'll dive into what is eBPF. We'll talk about what is Inspector Gadget, why Inspector Gadget even exists, how you can leverage it, and then what's next for the project. So we're really excited that we're very, very close to landing all of the core functionality for Inspector Gadget. We recently had a sort of big release this week to land a lot of the core concepts for the project. That said, it is still under active development. There's some features that are still in progress, and they'll stabilize over the next few releases and months. So I just wanted to mention that at the beginning of the talk so that you all have that awareness. And all that said, if you decide you want to explore Inspector Gadget and learn more about the project, we welcome your feedback on the functionality and the user experience. So yeah, we're more than happy to hear your all's feedback. I think it'll be really helpful to improving the project. Cool. So the next portion of the presentation is kind of interactive. If you all use Menti before, if you'd like to, you can take your phones out and go to menti.com and then type in this code, and it will bring up a poll for you all, hopefully. I'm gonna try it with you. And I will drag this over, see if we can see. The code is at the top. It's 831010006. And so what you can do is, I'm interested in hearing what you all think as it relates to eBPF, just to sort of set the stage and understand where people are in their eBPF journeys. So you can use this, please keep it work appropriate, because your responses will hopefully show up here. Okay, it's working. Thanks for playing along. It's fun to see where people's heads are at when it comes to a topic that can be pretty unfamiliar to folks. So yeah, tracing, Linux, networking, technical packets, this is great, yeah. That's awesome. Not just packet filtering, yeah, we'll get into that as well. Tracing, instrumentation, awesome. Thanks, yeah, thanks for answering that one. I have one more question for you all as well. Let's see if it's gonna load for us. Yeah, just out of curiosity, do you use eBPF today? Yeah, a lot of kind of. Maybe you're using tools that leverage eBPF. Maybe it's somewhere under the hood of things that you're using. A lot of no, one yes. This is great. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Awesome. Cool. It helps level set so that I can have a sense as to where people are in their journeys. And I think this high-level overview of eBPF and Inspector Gadget will be a good place for us to start. Okay, and yeah, so I'm from Rochester, so I had to include a garbage plate reference. What do eBPF and garbage plates have in common? You're probably thinking nothing, and the truth is very, very little. But in my mind, they're confusing at first, but once you dig into them and understand what makes them great, it makes sense why people love them. So in regards to eBPF, I hope by the end of this presentation, you'll understand what makes eBPF great. And regarding garbage plates, we can talk after the talk. I have a lot more to say about that, so cool. Okay, so what is eBPF? Technically, it stands for Extended Berkeley Packet Filter, but its applications are well beyond packet filtering. So while its acronym refers to packet filtering, it actually has applications well beyond that. So eBPF technically is in-kernel bytecode runtime used for tracing, security, networking, as many of you all mentioned in the word cloud. But what does this even mean? eBPF allows for programs to be safely executed in the kernel. Since the kernel is such a sensitive space and controls so much in terms of writing to files, allocating memory, networking, as you all mentioned, we want to understand and even change what's happening in there in a safe and performant manner. So what's cool about eBPF is that it brings flexibility to the kernel and that you can actually change what's happening in the kernel without having to talk to the maintainers of the kernel, try to get a patch in, and then it might be years before the kernel version is actually used in production. Using eBPF, you can make changes to the kernel, and it really does bring that flexibility to the Linux kernel. Additionally, there is very little strain on the system from a performance perspective as it relates to eBPF. It uses a just-in-time compiler, so that helps contribute to its performance, which is another huge plus of eBPF. And finally, it won't crash your kernel. It runs through a verifier, and that ensures that whatever eBPF code that you're writing, the programs that you're running, aren't going to crash the kernel. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the applications and use cases of eBPF. At least for me, that's how I learn the best, is actually thinking through examples and use cases. And throughout the presentation, I tried to inject as many use cases and real-life practical examples in the presentation so that you guys kind of can make connections to the sort of real-world applications of eBPF. So we talked a little bit about these things. I'll give some more examples, but for tracing, eBPF can be used to measure CPU usage, memory allocation, and similar metrics which can be used for performance troubleshooting. What's cool is that the Android operating system actually uses eBPF to measure CPU usage for applications that are running on Android. So a lot of you said you use eBPF kind of. Maybe you have an Android phone and you're using eBPF and didn't even know it. Another application, as we mentioned before, is security. So eBPF can be used to enforce control policies, and you can whitelist and blacklist specific system calls. So system calls are those that are made from the user space to the kernel. And if you want to sort of minimize the attack surface as it relates to those system calls, you can write policies to ensure that that attack surface is minimized and you're only allowing the exact system calls that are necessary for whatever program you're trying to execute. And another one that many of you mentioned in the word cloud is networking. So eBPF allows for packet filtering within and modification within the Linux kernel. So when you're thinking about firewalls and that sort of thing, you can create firewall rules to drop packets based on a specific condition, like maybe there is a malicious traffic or that sort of thing. You can write an eBPF program to ensure that sort of traffic does not make it through to the system. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about some eBPF related concepts just so you guys have a little bit, it's going to be pretty high level, but I'll talk a little bit about eBPF hooks first. So in terms of the technology, eBPF is event-driven, and the way it works is that there are events that we call hooks that essentially trigger these eBPF programs. So anytime this particular event happens, the eBPF program will run, and we call these events hooks. And there are many different types of hooks. I'll just share a few, but this is just a subset of the types of hooks that exist. But one of the common ones that you might hear is called kprobes. So these are triggered when a function in the kernel occurs, like an exec VE syscall, for example, which is used for executing new programs. That's a type of kprobe that exists. Another type of eBPF hook that exists is also for networking. We have network devices, so if there's a networking event that you'd like to trigger an eBPF event, that's another type of hook and will trigger your eBPF related to networking. Another concept I wanted to share with you all is this idea of eBPF maps. So this is where the eBPF program sends data for then the application layer to extract, essentially. So the application layer uses what's called BPF syscall to take the information that is being stored in the eBPF map and send it to the application layer. And yeah, it's essentially the intermediary between the eBPF program and the application layer. So yeah, just to tie this all in, basically when the hooks occur, when these events that trigger the eBPF programs happen, it sends data to the eBPF map, and from there the application layer can use BPF syscall to extract that data. Okay, so now you know a little bit about sort of eBPF superpowers. It brings flexibility to the kernel. It's low strain from a performance perspective, and it also is a safe way to access the kernel. But it's not without its challenges. It does have a pretty steep learning curve and requires a deep level of low-level systems troubleshooting. And with that, it's really powerful in understanding the kernel, right? There's a lot we can extract from the kernel, but there's very limited higher level context in terms of the system as a whole and having a comprehensive view of your entire stack. Especially, we'll get into it, but if you're using containers and Kubernetes, it doesn't necessarily have that visibility into those higher level concepts. So it does have a lot of superpowers, but it's not without its challenges. So yeah, we did a little quick overview, high-level overview of eBPF. We know that it executes in the kernel. It brings a lot of power to the kernel via these hooks, these eBPF hooks, and via the eBPF maps as well. But when it comes to the user space, it's kind of like we're at this place where okay, we have all this information, what do we do with it, right? How do we use this? How does someone who is working in the user space, maybe at the application layer, actually make use of this very granular data that eBPF is able to surface? And that is where Inspector Gadget comes into place. So we are trying to not only make eBPF more accessible to everyone, but also give it that higher level context in the user space. Okay, so let's dive into what Inspector Gadget really is. So Inspector Gadget is a tool. It's a set of tools that we call gadgets, hence the name Inspector Gadget, that empower users to inspect the Linux kernel and Kubernetes systems using eBPF programs in an accessible way. Just out of a show of hands, are people using Kubernetes? Okay, a little bit. And it is also a framework. So I'll get into the framework a little bit later on in the presentation, but our vision is that it truly is a way which eBPF developers can easily build, package, deploy, and run gadgets in a very modular way. And then finally, it's a community. What I think is really cool about Inspector Gadget is that it's really bridging the gap between highly, highly technical eBPF experts and sort of the everyday developer who knows the importance of having visibility into the Linux kernel, but you know, wants a little bit of an easier way to get that information. Okay, cool. So if you remember the previous version of this graph, I kind of had a big question mark on the right-hand side indicating, like, what do we do in the user space, and alluded to that, oh, that's where Inspector Gadget comes into play. And Inspector Gadget, it basically is taking care of a lot of things in the user space to make the Linux kernel level data more accessible and easier to understand in the context of the entire system. So what Inspector Gadget is doing behind the scenes is it's enriching the data to include those higher level concepts like containers and Kubernetes, filtering the data so that we only show the most important data points and metrics for you all, user space processing, this is all happening in the user space, and we're also working on a variety of ways to export the data. I'll get into it in a little bit, but in terms of Prometheus, OpenTelemetry, all of that stuff, we want to make it really easy for people to get this very valuable data and export it to wherever you may need it to be. And similarly, like I mentioned earlier, we also want to make these gadgets very easily shareable and distributable as well. So there are also several modes of use, which I'll get into in a second as well. But hopefully this diagram at a high level shows you that, like, hey, we used to have a question mark in the user space. What do we do with this super granular data? And now Inspector Gadget is helping make some sense out of this kernel level data. Okay, so about the enrichment and filtering, like I've been mentioning this whole time, the eBPF data is very granular and has limited higher level context, but what Inspector Gadget does is it enriches and adds that higher level data. So basically we have Kubernetes pods, we have containers, doesn't have to be in the context of Kubernetes, domain names and the IP addresses from services, container information. And like I mentioned earlier as well, there is that event filtering piece as well, where we're showing a subset of events from selected containers and pods, and you all can even filter to which particular pods or containers you want to look at. And there's also some filtering that happens at the eBPF gadget layer as well to make sure that we're working in a performant manner. eBPF itself is already pretty performant, but doing some extra filtering within the kernel even takes that to the next level so that the user space data is rich, but what is necessary. Okay, cool. So I want to dig into a little bit of, like, what is a gadget? We've been talking about gadgets, they're eBPF programs, like, you know, they supercharge eBPF kind of, but what is it exactly? When we deconstruct it, what makes a gadget a gadget? And what a gadget is an OCI image that contains 3 components. Of course, the eBPF program is the big thing. That's the bread and butter that makes up the core functionality of the gadget. We also include a metadata file so that users have information about the gadget, its capabilities, the output formatting, build information as well. And there's the option to include a user space module for any post-processing of the eBPF data that one might want, and we can use a WASM file for that. And as we look towards the future of a gadget, we really want it to be a one-stop shop. So we're looking to include the documentation, logos perhaps, source code, all of that good stuff within the gadget itself. I kind of alluded to this idea of, like, making gadgets easy to share and use within the community. And basically, we could have, essentially, like we use the OCI registry, your registry of choice, as almost a marketplace for these gadgets, for these OCI images to live, and we are using the open source project Auras to help with this functionality. But basically the idea is that you could have a lot of gadgets that live in a container registry, like GitHub container registry, and it acts as a marketplace for these supercharged eBPF programs that we're calling gadgets. And you can share and build an ecosystem where gadgets can be tweaked or enhanced to meet particular needs. So you could pull, like today even, if there's a gadget that you see, an inspector gadget that you think is interesting but doesn't quite fit your needs, you could pull that down from the container registry, make some tweaks, and then push it back so that someone else could use your version of a gadget, which I think is pretty cool in terms of like the community aspect of this, and really bridging the gap and bringing people together to share, create, and then tweak gadgets. I'm not going to read through all of these, but the Inspector Gadget team has worked really hard to create a sort of library of official gadgets. On this page, you can see the different categories of gadgets that we've created. These are really just the tip of the iceberg, in my opinion, as it relates to the capabilities of eBPF and the scope of the gadgets that could exist. We're really focusing on observability and troubleshooting, and you can see that there are different types of gadgets that help with this, whether it's profiling, block input-output, CPU usage. There's also a bunch of trace gadgets that trace and print system events like DNS, exec, out-of-memory kill, that sort of thing. So there is a very wide variety, but still, I really think we could go even further and deeper, and I think there's a lot of potential when it comes to gadgets. But this is all just to give you guys an idea of what kind of gadgets exist, and essentially, if there's anything that like piques your interest, you could check it out and have a little bit of context as to what the different types of gadgets are that exist. I'll dig into 3 of them to give you some more practical examples. The first one I'll talk about is Trace DNS. So Trace DNS prints information about DNS queries and responses sent and received by different pods. So basically, in the Trace DNS gadget, you can see the different DNS queries. You can see a response code. So if there are any errors, you'll be able to see that within the output of the Trace DNS gadget. And even if there's not an error, if there's no error returned in your response code column, you can even see latency that might be happening as well. So we have a query response latency field as well. So if you're seeing any latency on your application layer or any issues there, a really common issue oftentimes is DNS. So the Trace DNS gadget is pretty helpful, I think, especially in the context of Kubernetes clusters. For those of you who are using Kubernetes, we find that Trace DNS comes in really helpful. Another gadget that I'll talk about is top block IO. So this is used to visualize containers with the most block device input output. So we can basically just print out a list of the block IO activity, and it will help you see if there's any sort of anomaly in any of your containers as it relates to block IO. And Advise SACOMP profile gadget, I think, is really cool. Basically, the way it works is, this is for secure computing mode profiles, but what the gadget does is you run the gadget, you then run the processes that you want to occur on your system, and then you stop the gadget, and the gadget will recommend a SACOMP profile for you based on the activity that it's just observed, so that you can really limit the system calls that are happening from the application layer to the kernel to really have the minimum amount of like attack area between the user space and the kernel. So I think that's really cool. I was like, oh yeah, we can scan the process that's happening and sort of generate this recommendation as to what is sort of the minimum amount of surface area needed to achieve what you want to achieve, but also keep bad actors out. So I kind of like that one. And I'll do a demo of a few more, but just wanted to like describe these to you all. But in a little bit, I'll actually show you how it works in the command line. Okay, so before we get to that, I want to just give a little bit of background around why Inspector Gadget. I hope you kind of understand like the core concepts and why it exists, but I'll give some history as well. Basically, Inspector Gadget started in 2019, and initially it wanted to bring eBPF and BCC tools to Kubernetes. So for context, BCC is a toolkit that makes writing eBPF programs easier. It was one of the earlier projects that made eBPF a little more accessible. And the team had this idea that like, hey, we should bring this to Kubernetes. So yeah, initially Inspector Gadget was for Kubernetes only, but now it supports the Linux host directly with the IG CLI tool, and of course Kubernetes. We have a kubectl gadget plugin, which I think is really cool as well. And through this process of sort of building out a project that we wanted to apply to a lot of different places, and you guys have seen the different types of gadgets, the team discovered that we had essentially built a framework that we wanted to be able to plug and play into. So towards the end of the presentation, when I talk about what's next, I'll show kind of the pieces that we want to be able to plug and play into, but we know that we want Inspector Gadget to be able to work for its users, and with that comes modularity and this ability to customize the pieces of the puzzle. So we're definitely prioritizing that functionality as we continue to build out the project. Okay, cool. And why Inspector Gadget Part 2? We've kind of said this a bunch, but eBPF is an extremely powerful tool for gathering system information, but it's hard. Like, it's technically and intuitively difficult, and once you have the data, it's still not clear exactly what you would want to do with this very granular kernel level data. And we really wanted to make sure that people had a way to have this valuable kernel data be useful to them. If we wanted to do this sort of manually or a Frankenstein type of model, it would take a lot of tooling to do this. You would need perhaps a tool to manage the eBPF programs, this idea of mapping the kernel data to higher level resources, that's sort of the enriching that we spoke about earlier. That would take additional tooling. The user space processing is additional tooling, and even that exporting functionality is additional tooling. So the good thing about Inspector Gadget and what we're trying to achieve, and I think we're like pretty much there, is being able to bundle all of this together and make it super easy for anyone to leverage the superpowers of eBPF. Okay, as promised, some more use cases for you all. I wanted to give you all some real life use cases of how some folks are using Inspector Gadget. There is an open source project by Armo called Kubescape, and they are using Inspector Gadget to enhance and detect enhance detecting vulnerabilities in containers. So they have a container vulnerability scanning tool, and they use Inspector Gadget to hook into different eBPF events. To specifically, what they're looking at is looking at understanding which files are being opened in each of the workloads that are running on a Kubernetes cluster, which is a cool application. And we'll, in the demo, I'll demo one of our file-related gadget or a VM, and we are pulling down the most recent version of Inspector Gadget from GitHub. When we do this, we want to make sure the file is good to go and there's no corruption. So we're just like confirming that that is ready to go. And we will then install Inspector Gadget on the VM. So that's what we're doing right here. Cool, looks like it's good to go. What we're gonna do now is we are going to run the, let's see, give it a second. Yeah, we're going to run the trace exec gadget using IG trace exec. And what you'll see here below is we're standing up a Docker container. And now we are installing Git on the container. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to. Yes, let me pause it. Okay. Cool. So now, now that we have installed Git on the container, you can see, I want us to like look at the output of the trace exec gadget. And what you can see here is basically you can see exactly the name of the container in which we were installing Git onto. And you can see really what is happening under the hood when we're installing Git. You can see the commands and the parent commands, so you can actually see the order of the events and which parent commands are calling which particular commands, and you can follow the flow of what is happening as Git is being installed. And also you can see if there are any errors in the return column. So it looks like there was an error when Git was being installed, but I believe the package manager had some checks built in that enabled Git to be installed successfully. So through this trace exec gadget, you can really understand what's happening at the kernel level under the hood when you are installing or running processes on your container. And you can see where there are errors. You can even see, monitor for any malicious behavior in this way. So there's a lot, just even having visibility into what is going on under the hood can really bring a lot of light and insights into how your processes are running. And I think it's sort of like a good baseline gadget to understand, like, hey, when I'm installing Git on my container, what is happening exactly? There's a lot of power, I think, in this additional visibility that you wouldn't have otherwise. Okay. The next gadget that we're going to demo is called Top File. And this gadget, we are able to sort in descending order of written bytes. And we'll be able to see file activity with this particular gadget. Okay, I'm going to pause it here so we can see the output of the Top File gadget. We're using the same container as last time, and what we're doing is we're writing foo to the file bar, and in the output of the gadget, you're able to see, again, like what's going on behind the scenes. So in this first row, you can see this is the command line history, so it's writing, the typing that was happening in the command line, it's writing that to the history file, and you can see there are 15 bytes that were written to the history file with that command line history. And then the second line here is actually the writing of foo to the file bar. That's four bytes that were written to that file. So you have some visibility into when you're writing to a file, what exactly is happening. And you'll see the next part of the demo is, I think, somewhat the more powerful part. So we'll keep going, keep this running. So in this next part of the demo, we're standing up another Docker container, and what we're going to do is we're going to use that container to put some stress on the hard disk drive to really demonstrate the power of the Top File gadget. So yeah, let me pause it here. So in this particular when we're putting stress onto the hard disk drive, how it's doing that is by writing to these files, and it's writing a lot of data to these files. And what is cool is you can see exactly how much is being written to which files. So you're able to have visibility into, like in this case, we're intentionally stressing the hard disk drive, right? But you might have a program that's running in the background, or that you don't necessarily, maybe you don't even know it's running, and it's putting some stress on your hard disk drive, especially if there's like, you know, a malicious actor. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, but yeah, they oftentimes write to files as well. So this gives you visibility into that. And I will just continue the demo to show you the last piece of this. Then, yeah. Okay, cool. So this last piece, what we're trying to demonstrate here is like in this very last part of the demo, we are writing, again, we're writing foo to the file bar in our original container. So here you're able to distinguish between containers as to the activity that is happening within your system at a container level, which I think is really important, because if you're seeing, maybe you're seeing some latency at your application layer and you don't really know where it's coming from necessarily, you can use this top file gadget, run it, and have visibility into everything that's happening on your system, and figure out, oh, hey, actually the busy Rosalind container is the one that's putting stress on my system, perhaps causing that latency, causing issues with the hard disk drive, and investigate from there. So this is sort of the beauty of having that kernel level data and mapping it to these higher level concepts, because many people who use Inspector Gadget, who use containers, Kubernetes, etc., they don't necessarily have visibility into what's happening under the hood, but gadgets like trace exec and top file give you that visibility. I should also mention these gadgets can be used on the Linux host directly as well. All you have to use is there's like a -- host flag that you can enable, and you're able to, this demo is in the context of containers, but you can run it on the Linux host directly as well. Okay, cool. I think we're doing well on time. I'll talk a little bit about what is next. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that I will try to give you all visibility into what an operator-based framework, this modular framework to make that super customizable could look like. These are sort of the components that we want everyone to be able to plug and play into and tweak to meet their own needs. So we talked a little about the container registries. You know, you should be able to, you can use any container registry that works for you. The gadget itself has a lot of modularity built into it, whether it's the eBPF program, the metadata, the WASM file, all of these things we want. They are plug and play today and easily changed and tweaked. The data enrichment and filtering is something that should also be customizable, and it is definitely today. And then the data export, Prometheus, OpenTelemetry, JSON file, whatever you would like to use, that is also plug and play. And then the different modes of operations, being on the Linux host or in Kubernetes using containers. All of this is super customizable, and we want it to be able to work for any specific use case or needs that people have. Okay. So what's next? We want to be able to support a declarative way to run gadgets via a configuration file, for example. The team is almost done with that, which I think is exciting. Spoke a little bit about the various export options, OpenTelemetry, for example, Golang API, which I am really excited about. Really understanding the community's priorities as well is like very high on our list. And then chaos, not chaos on the team, but chaos engineering. I'm really excited about that one. There's an opportunity to use, to build a gadget to essentially put some, in inject some faults into the system from a KS engineering perspective. And we actually have a Linux Foundation mentorship program, like a little side project where hopefully a mentee will look into creating some chaos for us and proper documentation for all of this. So that is a little bit about what's next, and here is my little call to action. If hopefully some of these use cases that I shared may have triggered some ideas for you all, and you can think about how eBPF could be used on the projects that you all are working on, and see if we have a gadget that could help you. And yeah, thank you. Here's some information about Inspector Gadget as well. I have stickers also. That's a reminder more for me than for you guys. But yeah, thank you, and happy to take some questions. I'll try my best with the questions.
Is there a way to get structured output from the various gadgets rather than the nice, pretty formatted?
Were you saying, is there a structured?
Yeah. JSON, YAML, other IDEO?
Yeah, at this point, it's JSON is the main thing that we're using to output the gadgets, but the other things should be it should be easy to make those other sort of structured outputs as well. Yeah. And it isn't that, were you asking like in the columns?
So that I can redirect it to syslog as one nasty, unholy line that I can then filter with Fluent and all of those things.
Oh, you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have terrible ideas.
Yes, we can do that for you. I feel like that would be easy. You could tweak the output formatting to be like that for sure. I think that would be easy. Alrighty. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Please take the stickers. Please. Thank you, Neil. So nice. Oprah over here.
People who have been actually using it?
Yeah, so the ARMO team in particular is super active in terms of their contributions to the project, and yeah, outside of that, it's mostly the maintainers from our team. The project's, I would say, still early on, and then, yeah, we would love contributions from anyone, of course, even if it's just opening an issue of something that you're interested in. But yeah, the reality is ARMO are big contributors. The internal Microsoft Defender team has been awesome partners for us as well, but almost all of the development is coming from the maintainers and the Microsoft team at this point. Yeah. Yes.
About the Amazon EKS integrations, is that something that's enabled by default, or like?
No, not by default.
But you know people are using it.
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha,
yeah,
I gotcha.
yeah, exactly. Cool. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. What is going on here? Oh, this is my left. Yeah, try it out. You should. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be awesome. And I'd love your feedback, too.
Oh, it's really relevant. Before you got to the slide, I was like, oh, this is a lot like the IO visor. Oh.
I don't know what that is.
From like Fedora side of things, like having that as part of packaging checks, maybe you can have like you'll have scriptlets, for example, right? And you just have that, see what is exec when you install it, and then if any differences happen, you'll be like, did you mean to make this change, or is this something malicious getting slipped in?
Hey, MC, why are you DL opening all this?
Exactly.
That's good.
Yeah. And like reproducibility, right, and
Check 1, 2. Check 1. Check 1, 2.
Are you the room moderator?
I am the session chair, yes.
Work with me. This is my first presentation.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
camera goes?
Yes.
All right.
So feel free to stay within the lines.
It's USB-C display. Yeah, looks like it.
In about 3 minutes, we have a workshop by Jonathan Wright for From Zero to Everywhere, AlmaLinux's high-speed mirrorlist evolution. Thank you.
Either. I say Alma. How do I get to see the second screen that should be up there?
There should be a mirror when you do the projection. One of the things will be a mirror.
I put it to there it is. Yeah, that got it. Okay. Wow, that resolution is terrible.
Here, let me get rid of that because that was a girl that was in here that.
Okay, I could do HDMI.
She was having issues with her.
Yeah.
USB, so.
Should be over there. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that looks a lot better.
Yeah, that was kind of set up for her. And do you have any audio?
Nah. No, I don't.
These are always on.
Thank you.
Your camera frame is.
The lines?
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Hey Benny, on Google Slides, how do you pull it up where, like with oh, presenter view, maybe. Yeah, that's what I want.
Put the other window over here. Yep, there you go. And then make it full screen.
No, I use Linux. I just don't. I don't use Google Slides.
This is his first time doing it.
He uses Arch.
I use Arch, by the way.
You gonna go back to one?
Yep. Want to figure out how.
This little. Yep, there you go.
All right, 1 minute to go.
Cool. Cool. That goes left and right. Go back.
So did you want to start right away or wait?
We can wait a few. There should be extra time. Should be some way to make this. There we go.
Just let me know when you're ready for me to introduce you.
Sure. My battery might die.
Nice shirt.
Thank you.
You're prepared for the heckling, right?
Bring it on. Guess this is about it. We can go ahead.
All right, welcome everyone to Jonathan's talk about From Zero to Everywhere, AlmaLinux's high-speed mirrorlist evolution. Thank you.
Hey y'all, can everybody hear me good? Yes. All right, cool. So we're going to talk about something very near and dear to my heart. That is the AlmaLinux mirror system, and everything in the talk also applies to open source mirroring in general. So I'm Jonathan. I'm the infrastructure lead at AlmaLinux. I'm a packager and package sponsor for Fedora. I'm on the EPEL steering committee, and I've been using open source for a really long time and got into contributing to it about 3 years ago, thanks to Carl George and Neil Gompa, who are both running around here. So you can find me on all the socials. Okay, so how everything started. The first iteration of what is now the AlmaLinux mirror system was not a mirror system at all. It was a single server serving content to users all around the world, and that obviously was not going to scale. The mirror could be really far away from users, there was no redundancy, and we had to do something better. So how it's going now, we've got over 400 mirrors worldwide. We have over 1 million installs using our public mirrors that we know about. We're processing about 1 million requests per hour, which is 250 to 300 requests per second that we're routing among those 400 mirrors. And we've got that set up with some custom software to run and manage it and distribute that traffic. That's just a recent takeaway where we just recently surpassed the 1 million mark on the servers hitting our Mirrorlist. Bullshit. Thanks, Jack. All right, so how did we get here from point A to point B? Let's start with talking about our Tier 0 mirror setup. The Tier 0 mirrors are where we initially push traffic to. Before that, data then gets synced out to all of the other mirrors from which servers, workstations, whatever, pull that data in. So one of the things that we've done with these Tier 0 mirrors is following the KISS method, keep it simple, stupid, if you will. A lot of people have tried to overcomplicate these sorts of mirrors over the years, shared file systems, network file systems, CDNs, this and that. And what we found is we don't need any of that. We keep it a lot simpler, it's a lot faster, it's problem-free. So it uses simple rsync. We've got local file systems on flash storage, a lot of RAM to keep as much as we can in the RAM cache, and big network connections. The only piece of complexity that we add into it is DNS geosteering. So we've got, I think on the next slide, we currently have 4 of these Tier 0 rsync mirrors distributed throughout the world, Seattle, Atlanta, Frankfurt, Germany, and recently we added the one over there in Tokyo, Japan. Those sections are kind of a representation of how we steer that traffic. It uses AWS Route 53 and their DNS geosteering. And that makes sure that a mirror in Asia is not pulling from an rsync update mirror in California or New York or what have you. And just slowing that down, relying on the undersea cables and just really to make things more efficient. Here's a nice quote and call out we got recently. Anybody not familiar with the Micromirror project that Kenneth does, and he's got another guy that helps him whose name escapes me, but it's a really cool project. They run 30 or 40 unique mirrors around the world for tons of open source projects and Linux distributions. So it's pretty cool to get this shout out from them just because of how many upstreams they're dealing with syncing from. All right, so let's talk about the regular update traffic that users send to our mirror system and how we get that out from those 400 mirrors. So the initial mirror system was launched in February of 2021. That's when we first moved away from the single static server, but it's still not really a mirror system at this point. There's very little logic to it. It was serving essentially a static text list. Started out with, right there, you can see 2 total mirrors in February of 2021. By the end of that month, we had moved up to 32, I'm sorry. This is when we had first started trying to actively recruit mirrors. The notable thing here is that AlmaLinux wasn't released yet. We had no public releases. We had some beta releases out. People were starting to get interested, starting to want to contribute, and we're pulling them into this, again, currently static list of mirrors. Moving up to March 2021, at the start of March, there's still no active AlmaLinux release, but by the end of the month, we're up to 54 mirrors. That's an incredibly healthy number of mirrors for the number of users that we had at the time, which was essentially 0. The system was dumb in the sense that we're still serving from a static list, and at the end of that month, AlmaLinux 8.3 stable debuted. It's after this point things start really getting fun. Through April and June, AlmaLinux continues to grow. We released AlmaLinux 8.4. Looking back AlmaLinux 8.3 came in March, but 8.4 came because when the CentOS announcement happened, when we were tooling up, 8.3 from Red Hat had already been released. So that's why there was a tight gap there. 8.3 was our first target, but 8.4 came out shortly after that. Andrew Lakoshko, who is our, we call him the AlmaLinux architect, he is a Git machine because at this point he is manually managing this text list. And when mirrors go offline, he's removing them and adding them, so on and so forth. By July of that year, we were up to 128 mirrors. And we've got, at this point, let's say 100,000 servers. Something incredibly small. It should have been roughly 100,000, which is just incredible. The mirror system is still very healthy, but it is still that static list. Here's a look at some of that work Andrew was doing, just constantly adding, removing mirrors. It was becoming a real headache. Obviously, that wasn't going to scale much longer, and it certainly wasn't going to scale to where we are today. So in July of 2021, we do a few things. It's our first iteration of a geolocation-aware mirror list. We were using MaxMind's GeoIP data that's free and public. I believe Fedora's Mirror Manager uses that same data as well. In fact, I know it does. I was just talking with Kevin the other day. We implemented basic mirror status checks. So no more does Andrew have to constantly add and remove mirrors from the listing. The system is going to do that automatically. It wasn't great. The checks, there was a couple hours between the checks, but it was an iterative improvement. And Andrew gets to take a break. All right, moving forward to August. Some more cool new features, which the initial mirror list system that was built, it's custom software, and the original iteration of it predates my time contributing to AlmaLinux. However, it is my understanding that the reason it was done instead of using Mirror Manager was for this ASN and subnet pinning, as well as the cloud provider pinning, which we have significantly improved in recent years, but that was originally why we didn't use Mirror Manager, as I understand it. So we wanted people to be able to not have to modify their repo config files on their servers, workstations, machines, but be able to use their own local mirrors if they so desired. So we added the ability to do that with ASN and subnet pinning. We did the same thing for cloud providers. When we partnered with Azure and AWS, some of the things that they wanted were mirrors within their infrastructure that we could automatically point users to. That saves the users on bandwidth costs, it speeds up updates, it just improves the user experience overall. We started moving from regular Python over to Python async IO. We had, as the mirror list was growing, we had a growing issue of the checker, especially when mirrors were offline and we had relatively high timeouts to give things a chance. With that being single-threaded, and blocking, that was starting to take 10, 15, 20 minutes. And we wanted to increase or decrease the time between those status checks. But as long as that process could get blocked for 15, 20 minutes at a time, we couldn't really do that. So we start bringing in some async IO to deal with that issue. This is also a point where we first started seeing the flaws of MaxMind's GeoIP data. We're going to cover this a little bit more in a few slides, but essentially we were running into mirrors whose IPs had just totally whack geolocation data, and that was leading to poor user experience. We were not serving the optimal mirrors. So we added the ability for mirrors in their config files to set physically where that mirror was, which helped. We had an issue with some mirrors in some locations getting hammered, so random to the rescue, just randomize everything, problem solved. November 2021, AlmaLinux 8.5 is released. We did some more async IO optimizations. This is the point where we really start improving the performance and the scalability of the system a lot. We added Redis caching, so when a request comes in to the mirror list, hey, give me a mirror for updates, we were processing that every time. That ASN logic, that subnet logic, the geolocation logic, that's heavy. Having to do that for every single request makes no sense. It's a waste of resources. By default, in Red Hat distributions, there are 3 repositories enabled. You've got AppStream, Base OS, and Extras. So that's 3 requests that can all be directed to the same place. Yet we were doing the same calculations and logic for each one, so 3 times. That was senseless. We can cache what mirror we served for that first one and serve it for the next 2 instantaneously. And with very little work, we cut the response times by 2/3, directly linear. We added some mirror flapping detection. When a mirror is going like up and down, up and down, up and down, we added some basic logging within the database to see when that's happening, and until that subsides, just keep that in an offline state, even if the mirror was online at the time of the check. We moved, one of my slides misses this, so we moved our geolocation logic to be based on coordinates instead of countries. When we initially introduced the geolocation logic, what we were doing was looking at what country a given request is from and serving a mirror in that country. That's great for, you know, small European countries, what have you, where they might only have like one central internet hub where most of the mirrors resided. Take somewhere like the US, Canada, China, Russia, you know, these geographically large countries, and that wasn't great. We don't want to serve somebody in New York a mirror in California when there's a mirror right down the street in New York. That didn't make any sense. So instead of looking at the boundaries on countries, we started looking at specifically where the coordinates for their IP roughly was, and serving a mirror relative distance to that, ignoring country boundaries. 2022, things are chugging along, minor tweaks, changes, nothing too major or notable. 2023, 4 more AlmaLinux releases. We start hitting a few more performance and scalability issues at this point. We're going to revisit some of the caching. Some of the issues were resolved easily by just increasing the scale of the VMs and you know, getting more traffic to each of our horizontally scaled VMs to improve cache hit rates, because we were running individual caches on each of our VMs as it scaled horizontally. We did that to avoid single points of failure, which it was great for, not so great for performance and cache efficiency. Because we don't do, from the initial CDN where you enter into the Mirrorlist, we don't do any like pinning to keep you hitting that same VM. So we ended up moving to a centralized Redis cluster for the cache. That significantly improved cache hit rates, thus again increasing performance. One last thing on that slide. We were also doing the caching in kind of an inefficient way. We were caching based on multiple unique data points. So the IP you're requesting, the repo you're requesting, and what that means is that follow-up requests for a different repo from the same IP address were not getting cached like we had intended. It was kind of just something we overlooked when we initially implemented it. So it was caching follow-up requests to the same repository. So if you install a package, install another package, those subsequent requests would be good if they're coming from the same repository. But we could improve it further by having that cache for that IP address be for all of the repositories hosted on the mirrors. Some more in 2023. It was a really busy year. We offloaded, again, going back to the individual Redis caches that we had on each individual VM, we went to a centralized checking system, those mirror status checks. And what that got us is more consistent results from the mirror list. Since we weren't pinning from the CDN to the individual VMs, you could sit there and refresh mirrors.almalinux.org 10 times and get 6 or 8 different nuanced answers based on when that VM's checker ran. It wasn't really causing an issue. It just didn't look nice. And again, going back to scalability and that central database to kind of control it all, we went ahead and moved the checker to a centralized architecture and had all of the scaled mirror VMs pull from that singular cache. We moved to AWS Elasticache. It's just Redis on there. That's how we made the transition to that centralized cache to improve those hit rates, was with Elasticache. It's a really cool product. We also moved our dedicated AWS mirroring from a bunch of individual mirrors sitting around in all the various regions to a single mirror location that then CloudFront sits in front of. CloudFront does a really good job sitting in front of it to distribute that traffic and keep that local and close to users. That only serves traffic, again, within AWS, not to normal users. But that was a good improvement. David Duncan helped us architect that a little bit, and we've been very, very pleased with the performance of that. This is the point when we moved to that single cache Mirrorlist per IP that I was mentioning. We got away from the IP repo combination. That, as you can see right there, 75% fewer workers required, just instant, boom, improvement. So I'm glad we caught that. Here's a visualization of that. You can see the speed up there with target response time. This is over the course of, this is like a year's worth of data. The dates on the graphs don't really represent that well. I just pulled this out of the AWS load balancer stats. But you can see, very clearly where we made that 75% improvement. And, meanwhile, requests keep going up, and we're keeping the response time low. And you can look at that and see that, yeah, we're talking less than a 1 second time. And, what's 1 second when DNF is already slow anyway? But, why not? We still want it to be faster. 500 milliseconds is 500 milliseconds. Let's speed it up. Then comes our real run-in with MaxMind's data, which I mentioned earlier we were having some issues with. This is a summary of an issue that came up in our chat, and the quick TLDR of it is we had a whole bunch of traffic hitting a very few mirrors that should not have been getting inundated with this traffic. I've got a nice visualization of it. Who can tell me what internet hub is right there in Kansas? Anybody?
Main connection. Pause.
It's a trick question. There's not one. That's the problem. So there's 4 mirrors around that in Kansas, and they were all just riding their network connection limits, just maxed out, getting hammered with this traffic. You'd expect to see a lot of traffic from, maybe in the Northeast up there, or maybe up in Seattle, somewhere around Texas, but our red hotspot's right there in Kansas. That makes no sense. What we ended up determining that was, when MaxMind's GeoIP data doesn't have anything more specific than the country, it says it's right smack in the geographical center of the US. This didn't just apply to the US. This applied to any geographically large country. So again, the countries I mentioned earlier that we had some issues with, Canada, China, Russia, anything very geographically large was impacted by this. Most small European countries, the tweaks we made to this didn't really help them much, but it certainly didn't hurt them. Because in this, again, MaxMind data being what it was, half of the IPs in that red dot were from Europe, but MaxMind said they were in the US. So here's what we did. We talked to the folks over at ipinfo.io, who they have a product that competes directly with MaxMind. This is not a product pitch, but they're very good to work with, and they have really, really high quality data. They have an offline local database that we're able to use just like with MaxMind, so we're not sending data out to any third party or anything like that. We can locally hit the database, check for the geolocation data where they say it is. This was the result. And just like you'd expect, the main red hotspot is right up there in the Northeast. There's more hotspots, Seattle, whatever. However, I wonder if this has a laser pointer. If we look right there around Kansas, well, now that the hotspot's gone, you can see we have 3 mirrors there. But there's no more red hotspot there. I didn't take screenshots of it just for not wanting to have too many slides. The same was true for Canada, for Australia, for China, for Russia. All of their mirroring and how we were routing traffic to mirrors in those countries significantly improved. And those 4 mirrors in Kansas were very thankful to see their bandwidth numbers go way down. All right, so a few oh, it doesn't matter.
So, yeah, I was wondering with the GLXP stuff, if that is also in Fedora, or are they still using MaxMind?
So the question was, is Fedora using the same IP data that we are now, or are they using MaxMind? To answer that question, they are still using MaxMind. I talked to Kevin Finzi, his name is Nirik on IRC and Matrix and stuff. I talked to him day before yesterday about this specifically, saying that Fedora would basically greatly benefit from this data. And not to speak for IP Info, but I would imagine they would probably be willing to work with Fedora. And I've offered to make that connection because it would significantly increase the quality of mirrors being served by Mirror Manager. I live in Alabama, and just the other day I was, DNF update on my laptop, getting ready to come up here, and it was just super slow. And I go looking at it, well, it served me a mirror in the UK. No wonder it was slow. So when I got here and saw Kevin sitting in the corner of the hotel after I checked in, I made a beeline for him. I was like, hey, let's fix this. All right, what's next? Some of the things we want to do are improve the statistics that we generate from the Mirrorlist data. So one example would be the maps that I showed. I want to show those live. Yes, Jack? Jack's question is, how did I use DNF with Arch? To which I say, get out. So anyway, the maps that we were showing, that's something that we want to make public. It's an endpoint for our Mirrorlist that I've been working on for a little bit. It needs a little bit more work and polish to serve those up. Interactive usage stats, the graph I showed at the very start, how we recently hit 1 million systems hitting our Mirrorlist, that data we can make public and break that down by architecture and it's called variant, like is it a Docker container, is it a VM, is it the workstation image, things like that. Data that we can publish that has no privacy concerns or anything like that would be cool for everybody to consume. We need a better development environment. The development environment for the mirror system is really bad. The documentation on how to spin up a copy of the mirror system on GitHub is inaccurate, and we need to do better. So I don't know what else to say about that. We got to do better. And that's to attract other contributors because we have issues and we can do cool things, but we also need help. But we need to make it possible for people to help us. We've got a request on GitHub right now to serve HTTPS only mirrors. I don't quite grasp why that really matters with the type of content, but it's easy to add, so why don't we? Let's add that. Partial mirroring, and this is kind of a big one, and Fedora has a lot more of a problem with this than we do at AlmaLinux, because the AlmaLinux mirrors, or our repository rather, is 500 gigs to a terabyte at any given point in time. These days that's not very much, whereas Fedora's is 20, 30 terabytes, whatever. So Fedora will let you filter, you can filter by only versions you want to serve, only architectures you want to serve, things like that. We don't currently have that within the AlmaLinux mirror system, but I want to add that and allow people, if they can only serve x86, okay, well that gets them down to 150 gigs. That's a lot smaller, makes it easier for people to set up mirrors and contribute how they see fit. We need to do even better on our mirror validation. We got our mirror validation checks down to 15 minutes currently. But that's only checking like the base metadata files, the timestamps that are in the repository, and we can do better on that. I would like to validate every single file that's in the mirror and make sure it's exactly what we expect. The efficient way to do that is going to be with rsync. So, and then how to get involved. Go to mirrors.almalinux.org. That's going to show you current mirror list. It will do some basic geolocation stuff and show you mirrors close to you for downloading ISOs, so on and so forth, and you can kind of test the quality of the IP info data. I've spot checked probably 500 source IPs and never found it to be inaccurate. So that's kind of a cool thing to do is try to find a problem with it. Does it ever give you a location more than a couple hundred miles or kilometers from where you are? And then that's the GitHub URL to where we manage the code and also the individual mirror configs for the mirrors. So the whole system is stateless, and we manage the individual mirror configs with YAML files in GitHub. Just keep things simple. Fewer points of failure, fewer moving pieces. And that's it. Are we going to run a mic? No. Okay, I'll just repeat it.
Yeah. So mostly, how are you validating today? I know you said you want to use rsync, but I'm curious how you're validating.
So the question is, how are we validating mirrors today? Currently, we're using just HTTP requests. We test HTTP and HTTPS if the mirror lists both types in the config. We're checking for ISOs to be present and match head requests. We're checking there's a time file. It's just capital TIME, and it's the time of the last rsync. And then there's another one, timestamp.txt, a little bit different content, but it's still just a timestamp file. So we check those two, and then we also check all of the XML metadata files within the various repositories. So, and I just want to extend that further because we've had some weird out of sync issues in the past. It's rare, but it's just issues that we can eliminate.
Okay.
Jack?
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you thought that half an hour wasn't enough time for this talk, and I committed a whole hour to come here. So, is there any other content being presented, or are we at the end?
The question is, do I have more content? Because we have an hour for this talk, and we crammed it into 30 minutes. To which the answer is, get out. Yeah. So Jack is on the board at AlmaLinux, and that's why he's giving me such a hard time about this. And this is my first live presentation.
Now, serious question. Can you talk more about the flip over to HTTPS and what the expectations are going to be there from all the other hosts?
Yeah, so the question is, can I elaborate more on the request for the HTTPS required endpoint? From mirror owners, it's not going to change anything. There are users that want to only be served mirrors that support HTTPS and be served those mirrors, obviously with HTTPS in the URL. DNF by default doesn't require HTTPS. It's free to serve HTTP and several other different protocols. Because the packages are GPG signed, there's other protections in place. So HTTPS, it doesn't really add much. But these days, it doesn't take away anything either, because with modern hardware and crypto and whatever, there's no real overhead for doing HTTPS anymore like there used to be. And I don't know what the person's use case is, why they care about that with the GPG validation, but it's easy for us to implement an endpoint that will only serve the mirrors that already have HTTPS. And then if the mirror they want doesn't have HTTPS, doesn't show up in the list, well, it is what it is. We're not going to require mirror owners to support it, though most do with Let's Encrypt now.
So I would say that the big thing is that someone in the middle cannot see which packages you care about. Right, that's what I was thinking.
The comment was that somebody in the middle can't see, what packages you're getting or, sniff your packets. Yeah, I guess that's really true. I'm lucky enough to live in the U.S., and I guess I don't know what somebody would do with that information, but yeah, I'm all for not having my stuff sniffed. So yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
I think it's more of a concern like at the enterprise level where
Why don't we give him the mic? I'm not going to try to summarize that, but that's a very valid comment. Yeah, come talk in the mic. I can't say that as elegantly as you did.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and repeat it. So the benefit of having HTTPS is an attacker could basically, if it's only over HTTP and they know what the package is, then they could basically target their attacks knowing what software or things that you're running on your system. So having HTTPS at that layer is very, very nice because it makes that form of attack less effective. So.
Yeah, and that's 100% valid. And honestly, if I had asked the guy, I know the guy that opened the issue on GitHub, and if I asked him, his answer probably would have been exactly what you just said. I just didn't ask because it wasn't relevant in a way, because it's like, this is so easy, let's just do it. You know, without wanting or needing to know the full context, but that would probably be the answer.
I think his specific use case was his manager asked him to use Rocky and he wanted to use Alma instead, so he wants to hide.
We'll just let that one go.
I was just gonna ask an obvious question too.
Okay.
When will AlmaLinux support RISC-V?
All right. The question is, when will AlmaLinux support RISC-V? I guess we can take generic AlmaLinux questions. Why not? We are working on that, and the goal is AlmaLinux 10. Recently, our technical steering committee voted and committed to publishing basically some of our internal snapshots. It's kind of a rolling release of what's upcoming for AlmaLinux, which we're doing anyway. Like, it's part of our build pipelines, and essentially we've just voted to start publishing that and maintaining that. And that's actually going to get some of our initial builds of what will become 10 out within the next few months. And that's the tooling that exists in AlmaLinux 10, which is based on CentOS Stream 10, which ultimately comes from Fedora 40. The tooling within that, the GCC versions, and a whole bunch of other dependencies give us the capabilities to now reasonably build for RISC-V. Trying to wrangle RISC-V builds for AlmaLinux 9 would just be, you know, a massive undertaking, be about impossible. So our plan all along has kind of been waiting on, you know, building on 10. So that's our goal. So hopefully we might start seeing some test packages, at least for RISC, definitely before the end of the year. I have a dev board sitting at home just, you know, waiting. Benny? Get out, Jack. I see your hand up back there.
I wanted to have it said something on the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. We have a question from chat from Kenneth. He wants to know if we should switch to BitTorrent.
Okay. The question is, should we switch to BitTorrent? We publish torrents of ISOs for releases. DNF does not work with torrents. So that's not going to work for updates. Should we write an extension for DNF to make it work with BitTorrent? I think we've had a good discussion about how awesome our mirrors are in this talk, so I don't think that's necessary, because we have a lot of awesome contributing mirror owners and infrastructure providers that give us a really awesome network for updates. Anybody else? Jack? So, yeah, I'll let you relay with Kenneth, but he said that the main bottleneck for the micromirror project is HTTPS, which I would imagine, is due to the hardware he's using, which may not have. So the micromirror project, in a nutshell, and Kenneth is going to correct me on chat really quick if I get this wrong, they are taking really, really cheap low-end hardware and making it into fast mirror servers that they can send out to various data centers and infrastructure providers, essentially as an appliance. They plug into the network and just go. So they're minimizing it as much as they can while packing in what's needed to still serve a quality mirror. And I believe they're using some old hardware that may not have some of the cryptographic extensions that offload some of the HTTPS work, I think. What's he saying? He agreed? Okay. All right. Anybody else?
No, but I think the person whose name we forgot is sitting right in front of him.
What?
John.
It's okay, don't worry about it. Feel it.
Oh, I didn't know you were here. My bad.
He didn't announce himself. Who's here? Are you John? No. Who's John? Oh,
Y'all leave me alone. Okay, John. The other person whose name I forgot from the Micro Mirror project is not here. Y'all get off my case. All right, the heckling has ended. All right, I guess that's it. We'll go ahead and call it. Thank you very much.
So Jonathan, Kenneth said that it does have the AES acceleration, but it's just not fast enough.
Huh. That's interesting.
Like he said, it tops out at 5.5 gigs, but the mics might still be live.
Okay. Yeah. He could. I mean, he doesn't have to serve mirrors with HTTPS. He could just serve HTTP, which he might already do. I think I've talked to him.
No, he said raw HTTP that he can fill up like 20 gig mics.
Okay.
But it tops out at 5.5 with the HTTPS because of the AES extension.
I remember him mentioning that a long time ago.
Well, I saw Jack on there and he was real helpful, and then he hopped on to the couple of different video talks. I was like, well, I know where he's from. As soon as I heard somebody say Jack, and then I heard him talking, I'm like, oh, he's in the room. Hey, great talk. Thank you. No, first one.
switches on it. Yeah, it's just on.
They started publishing security, but it's raw CPU data. But it goes back through complete history. And it looks like you should be able to generate worthwhile updated products and all that.
Yeah, I think Andrew has
my battery is nearly dead, so that's job one. No, I know the time slot's half an hour, that's fine. Ugh. USB-C HDMI in.
Trying to get a flashlight up, that would help. Is there anything there?
Is it outside of this window?
I don't know why anybody would
Oh, here?
finished writing.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe?
Just, oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, I'm finishing this.
Let us set up the power stack.
No, like.
I don't use this thing very often. Which way does this go? This goes. Wait, no, this goes in here. This goes to the laptop, I believe. Let's see if this all works. If I go there right, then I should have power and a dongle. What is that trick? Is it? Yes, it is. Okay, good. And then I just need to get. There's an HDMI cable. Do I use that? Oh, stuff happened. Yay, there we go. Okay. Do I have anything compromising open here? I don't think so.
And just a reminder, this tape indicates the visible area.
Gotcha. Awesome. What do I do for a mic? Do I have just use just the podium mic? Okay, check. Okay, I have to bend down a little. Ooh. Hello. Okay, I'll lean forward awkwardly. Oh, I could use that mic if that one works.
Sure.
Test. Okay, yeah. It does?
Yeah, like just stand back.
Okay. And I can tell you all my secrets?
Yeah, like
Okay. All right. Cool. And we'll leave this one over here.
I mean, I stood back the whole time. Nobody said they couldn't hear me. So, I guess it worked.
It's like I can't really hear myself through the speaker, but. The heck?
All right, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. I can introduce you.
Sure.
Let's see.
Hold on, let me see. There we go. Why can't I see my notes? Hold on a second. There we go, that's better. I'll give it a couple minutes in case anyone decides to come and listen.
And then did you want me to hold up the signs here or up here?
Either way, whatever's comfortable for you. If I don't seem to be paying attention, just wave it around a bit. Yeah, why is this not progressing? That's weird.
Did you want me to use your slide deck title or your what was submitted in for introducing?
Use that one, I guess.
Sounds good.
I came up with that one more recently. Why does it not? Oh, never mind. Can work with it. I don't understand why it doesn't.
I hear saxophone.
Yeah, I hear the saxophone too. I'm glad it's not just me. Why can I not? That's annoying. Is that a bug, or do I just not understand how to PowerPoint?
So for about 5 minutes, if you like, I can close the door. Or
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah, it's alright. Let's just give it another minute.
Or she'll have a jazz field behind you.
Yeah, we'll just, do some jazz improv. Because right now we got 4 people, so. Oop. Hey, Paul. Hi, Tim. Nope. Here come all the people. Some of the people. A few people.
All right, coming up, we have Dependency and Input Testing in Fedora by Adam Williamson. Take it away.
Hi, folks. Yeah, my name's Adam. I'm the team lead for the Fedora quality team at Red Hat, so I kind of I tell people if Fedora's broken, it's my fault. I've been doing this since 2009 or so it's been a while. And I've seen Fedora through a lot of the changes that have happened to, I guess we're talking about automated testing in general, so I've been through the days of AutoQA, Taskatron, OpenQA, Fedora CI, Factory 2.0, lots of stuff. So that all feeds into the background here. Yeah, just a quick note, I usually take questions at the end. I just find it works better that way, so if you have anything, sort of save it for the end unless it really needs to happen on the current slide. And let's get moving. So, start out, where do we stand with testing things in Fedora? Let's say it's just kind of a level set of leads into the ending here. What do we do right now? Some of the things we do when we're testing bits of Fedora, specifically packages for most of these. We do an installability test, and we do a forward dependency test, RPM deplin. I'm going to refer to these quite often as generic CI tests. So if you build a package, you send a build of a package in Koji, the Fedora build system, or you send a pull request to a Fedora package, these tests will get run on it, probably. You may never notice this happening, depending on the package in question, but it happens, believe me. Functionality testing right now is kind of, you can set up testing for your package. It's a service that Fedora CI provides, so if you want to, you can sort of write some tests for your package and have them run when there's a package build, when there's a pull request, but you don't have to. We have integration testing, which is the thing I mostly work on. We have a system called OpenQA, which when there's a critical path update, it's not testing the package as itself, it's testing does this package break the thing we call Fedora. So that's what that is. And we do gating, which is actually caring about the results of the test, which integration tests, the ones I just talked about, they always gate. So if your critical path package breaks one of those tests, it's not getting in. The former 3 types of tests are gating is optional right now. We don't have distribution-wide gating on any of these tests. So if your package fails it, it's still going in unless you configured in your package repository to say you want the package gated on those tests. So that's kind of where we're up to right now. There's an interesting ownership thing, which I'll get to a bit more later in the talk, but the top 3 right now are more or less owned by the Fedora CI team. Integration testing is owned by the Fedora quality team, i.e. me and Lukas, who's not here. And gating is a bit fuzzy in that different teams own different bits of it, so that's going to play into things later. So that's what we're doing right now. This talk is mainly about, hey, what are some hard things that we are not doing but that we really should be? So what don't we do? We don't do reverse dependency testing, which is a huge thing. If any of you know Martin Pitt, he is constantly on me about this, which is totally fair because it's a problem. So reverse dependency testing is, say, I don't know, everything depends on glibc. So when glibc changes, we should really test everything else and make sure if it broke. But we do not do that. If glibc passes its own tests, hey, on it goes. And I mean, there's the OpenQA integration test, but there's various cases where those don't really apply, but we would still want, do Python updates, break Python packages, that kind of thing. And we just don't do that. As I said, gating for the CI, the generic CI tests and per package CI test is optional. There's, you don't have to have your package gated, and it would be way better if we could actually make it so that, yeah, you had to pass the installability tests for your package to get in, but right now we don't, for various reasons, which I'll get into. Non-package input testing, this is another huge thing. There's various things, like it's not just packages that go into, Fedora. The things that we make and ship to users that we think of as Fedora. There are tons of inputs which are not packages. So what I call a manifest, we have comps, which is where we define, package groups. So the group of packages that is GNOME or the group of packages that is KDE are defined in this thing called comps. And when you make a change to comps, we have a few sort of sanity tests, but there's no test that is this going to break building images or whatever. We just merge it and then we do a compose and we see if it works, which is, 1990s style software development. There's various things that are similar to comps but aren't comps, which have come along in the last few years because of new build tools. So for instance, workstation OS tree config is that name is very much out of date because the whole process has gone through about 5 name changes since then. But that's where the manifests of what we're currently calling atomic things live. So, the packages that go in to make up, an atomic workstation image or an atomic KDE image or whatever, they live there. We have things called what I'm calling templates, recipes, whatever you want to call them, which is more about, okay, what's a recipe for building an image? So we have the kickstarts is the most popular, the oldest one of these. But we also have some new ones like the OS build recipes. We have Fedora Kiwi templates, which is things we build with a build tool called Kiwi, which actually has tests, which is great. But most of these, again, we don't really have tests for. If you want to change the kickstarts, you send a pull request, me or Kevin looks at it, goes, yeah, I guess that looks okay, we merge it, and then we wait and see if the compose fails. So there's that. Package retirements is a really interesting one. If you retire a package, that has, various consequences. You probably shouldn't retire GNOME shell. But again, we don't have anything that, hey, someone wants to retire a package, let's try, doing stuff and see if it still works. We just go ahead and retire it and see what happens the next time there's a compose. You see a theme going here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, no, retirement's just, you file a ticket, gets retired. We do it on purpose sometimes. Well, there's a whole thing, and then that package will get, fails to build or fails to install bug against it, and then after a few weeks, that package will get retired. It's a whole thing. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm being asked to repeat the question. The question was, can you retire a package that has dependencies? And the answer is yes, you can do that. Sorry, I should have looked at my notes earlier, but yeah. Yeah, just kind of like, why are these things important? And it's pretty obvious, like, we need reverse dependency testing to find if B, if A does break B, we want to know about that when A changes. And ideally, don't change A until B is fixed. If without reverse dependency testing, we only find out about it when we try and use B and go, oh, hey, B is broken. Mandatory gating, testing without gating is pretty useless. This is the thing we've worked out in the last 10, 15 years of software development. When I first started at Red Hat in 2009, we were like, hey, automated testing, that's a great idea, let's do it. And then painfully we figured out tests are no use if the results don't mean anything. So without, gating should really be kind of table stakes for this stuff. And non-package input testing, again, these are, as I said, the theme, as I went through it, if we merge it and see if the compose breaks. So the consequence of it not working is the compose breaks, which is bad. We don't want that to happen. This is bad. Why aren't we doing these things right now? Well, roadblocks. So the generic CI tests, again, those are the, installability, RPM, deplint things. That's where my thoughts here are most developed, honestly. The reason we're not gating on those right now, accuracy is a huge one, which just means right now sometimes the tests are just wrong. Like, you get failures of the installability test. Like a classic example, right now your package will fail the installability test if it can't be downgraded, which is dumb because we don't care about that in Fedora. But it's a requirement that came in from RHEL or something, and for stupid reasons we can't turn it off for Fedora. But yeah, and this is especially dumb because if the previous build of your package was broken, and you send a build that fixes it, so now it can be installed. That build fails the installability test because the old version of the package can't be installed, which is very dumb. And there's various silly things like that. So right now we can't gate on that test because the results just aren't always correct, and there would be a massive uprising. RPM deplin is the forward dependency test, which checks if your package has dependency issues, and it similarly has various cases where the result just is wrong. When the test runs the way it's intended to, you get a failure that you shouldn't get. Reliability, the system that the generic CI tests work in, Fedora CI, it's there, it works most of the time. Sometimes it breaks, and I don't want to cause trouble for anyone, but I would say that we don't always respond to that sufficiently quickly. Like there was the time DNF5 landed and all the CI tests failed for a few days. And we need that to be, half an hour, not a few days. And just, tests flake. And so in OpenQA, we auto retry every test once if it fails, just because sometimes tests flake. And we don't do that in CI. So if it flakes the first time, you have to retry it yourself. Just stuff like that. Ease of investigation is the other big thing. If you get a test failure, you need to be able to figure out, well, okay, I have a test failure. What should I do about it? And right now, that's not a great developer story if you're a packager and you want to investigate an automated test failure. In some cases, it's not too bad. In other cases, you click on a link and then you have to know to click on a magic URL that's hidden within the log you see that takes you to the place where the real test results are, and then you have to dig through 5 directories. It can get pretty ugly in the current system, so that kind of needs improving before we can, because you don't want to be gated on something that it's really hard for you to investigate why it's failing. So that's kind of the reasons why we're not doing why we haven't been able to turn on test gating for those tests. For the reverse dependency testing area, these things are much more, not developed yet. So the obvious big problem with that, we don't have a reverse dependency testing mechanism. It just doesn't exist. So we have to build one. That's the biggest thing we have to do. And attribution is just, when you do that, you have to get the results out in a useful form. So we have to be able to communicate, okay, package A changed, so we ran package B's tests. And that information has to get to the right people in a form that's, usable. So we have to figure that out as part of implementing it. Non-package input testing, that's the stuff about testing comps and kickstarts and things. Again, we just have to plan it. It doesn't exist. There's a lot of questions. I'm going to go into more detail on that on the later slide, so stay tuned. But that's a kind of summary of what we're going to have to do for that one. Okay, so how do we go about addressing these roadblocks, right? This is part of my talk here is like thoughts about how are we going to get from here to there. So what are my ideas? So again, for the mandatory tests, for mandatory gating on the generic test, this is the most developed of these 3 topic areas I'm talking about. So I kind of have I hope a pretty solid plan. Part of this talk is just to tell you about it and see what you think about it. So to me, the biggest problem we have here is like if you sit down and think about, hey, the installability test, it's not that reliable, it's not that accurate. We have all these problems with the results from it. RPM deplin, we have problems with the results from it. It's a huge problem area because there's tens of thousands of packages in Fedora, and there can be all sorts of reasons why the results aren't correct. So my big thought here was, let's try and narrow the focus. So I want to make it so that we have kind of, if you were in Matthew Miller's talk, like his ring 0 or ring 1 idea, kind of define the set of packages where if there's something wrong with them, it's really important. Like we stop being able to produce Fedora and sort of cut that definition down. So we have this thing called the critical path generation script, which is the script that figures out what packages are in the critical path, which is kind of this, but not quite that. And I want to just extend that a bit so it also generates the list of packages that if they're wrong, composes fail. That's my initial, definition. And then we will have a hopefully much smaller set of packages, like maybe a couple of thousand packages, where we can say, okay, for these packages, what are the issues with the generic tests? And if there's a problem outside of those packages, it's no longer such a big deal. So then once we have a more workable set of packages, my idea is, okay, let's go and look over the last year, 2 years of results for these packages and say, okay, are these tests failing a lot? Are they failing a little? Is there like consistent issues with the tests on those packages, and try and work it down to the point where the tests are reliable enough on that specific set of packages that we can start gating them. That's, that's the whole plan in a nutshell. Yep. So that was my plan for mandatory gating, and we'll get to, progress on it later. Stay tuned. Reverse dependency testing. This one is more notional, and I'm not planning to do all of this because it's a lot of trouble, but it's an issue that needs addressing, and I have thoughts about how to do it at least. So yeah, we need to design a way to do it, and we need to make sure that we have enough capacity to do it, because obviously testing everything that depends on Python when Python changes is a much bigger problem than just testing Python when Python changes, so that's a big issue. And as I mentioned earlier, but we need to figure out, right now, when the way we track results from automated testing, just the formats we use don't really have a way of defining, this is a test for package, 10 minutes, thanks, for package C because of package B, so we have to do that. The gating mechanism thing, so this is another thing that Martin Pitt pointed out to me, is that especially if you start doing this, it's really bad if package A's tests are already broken, they're already failing, because then everything will be blocked, not because it actually breaks package A, but because package A's tests are bad. So if we had regression-based gating, that would address that, because what that means is you only gate the package if a test that was previously passing starts to fail because of that package. Right now we don't have that. That's just not a policy you can define in Fedora's gating system. You can only define we gate if the test fails. So that would be a thing that we may have to build in order to do this. And the other recipe, the other part of the holy trinity of testing for me, I said you need to have tests and you need to gate on them, and then you need someone to care about the failures. That's the other part. If you don't have those three things, you don't have a practical system. So either we make it packages problems, and that has to be accepted by the population of Fedora packages, that you will have to resolve these, or we have a task force or something. I don't have the answer, but that's a point that we have to consider. Oh, geez. I spoiled my slides. You didn't see that, don't worry. This is a very sensitive touchpad. For non-package input testing, again, basically do everything is the plan. We have to identify all the inputs, and then we have to decide. So this is something I was thinking about is, do we try and onboard every single one of those repos separately? So I mean, there's maybe 10, 15 places where a change to this repo could break the compose. So do we make it so each of those has its own CI system that tries a compose and fails if it's broken? Or do we have a sort of central compose testing service which notices that any of these 10 inputs changed? Now I run some tests and see and then communicate the results back. And we may have to enhance the compose tools themselves to aid with that. Like one thing that kind of frustrates me when I think about this is we don't really have a dry run mode for the compose tools. Like it would be nice, like Punji is the thing that actually builds all the images for Fedora. It does an actual compose. You can only actually do a compose. You can't run Punji in a mode which says, okay, I'll take all the inputs, I'll resolve all the dependencies, I'll see if I hit any failures there, and then I'll just tell you, what images I will build and what packages would be in them. You can't do that. It would be great if you could, because then you wouldn't have to wait 8 hours to find out the result of your test. So that might be a nice thing to have. Repo metadata overlay, that's mainly about retirements. So when a package is retired, then in the next compose, that package disappears completely from the repository metadata. It's very hard to fake that state, like if it hasn't already happened. To take the existing, rawhide, say, repository metadata and say, what would this look like if this package wasn't in it? That's another thing that obviously would make it much easier to test package retirements, and right now, as far as I'm aware, there's no way to do that, so that's a thing we might need. And if you were just in the Conflux talk, dealing with this is complicated by the fact that this may all change hugely in a year or two. We may throw away everything I'm talking about here, Punji, Koji, and it all becomes container pipelines. So the other thing you have to think about is, do we want to put work into doing all of this if, in fact, we're going to change out the whole build system? But that's, just another thing we have to consider. Life is fun. Progress. So this was going to be, when an optimistic, naive Adam in spring pitched this talk, I thought I was going to have some, especially on the first thing, you know, the generic CI test. I thought I was going to have, you know, the script written and all of this, you know, maybe I have a list of all the problems of the test that we need to resolve. Yeah, about that. That's our progress right now. Stuff happened, you know, so this is why I have several feeble excuses why I haven't done any of these things yet. People keep breaking stuff. It would be great if you all would just stop breaking stuff. Just throwing it out there would make my life so much easier. I went on vacation, had some great travels. It was awesome. There were some shiny objects. I'm very easily distracted, it turns out. I helped write a container publication script, which is nice, but not what I was supposed to be doing. I did a bunch of Python 3.13 fixes. I've been super productive, just none of this stuff. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to throw the dog under the bus, but just throwing it out there, it's like, doesn't look good for the dog. Kind of real excuses, yeah. So I alluded to this earlier, but there's a problem where the ownership of all this stuff is a little split and not really clear. There's the team that owns Fedora CI kind of owns some of this stuff. My team, Fedora Quality, theoretically owns some of this stuff, and the lack of prioritization part of it is, my manager is over here, Sadir, and he is not telling me I'll be fired if none of this is done. I don't believe any of the Fedora CI team, yeah, I got it, thanks. Possibly? He's under there along with my dog? Yeah, okay, 1 second. And it's kind of the same with the team that is responsible for Fedora CI. I don't believe their managers are telling them, if none of this happens, you get fired either. So there's, you know, it makes it difficult to work. These are obviously big problems that need quite a lot of work, and we don't have that sort of driving factor that says it needs done last month. So that's kind of the real reason why it hasn't happened yet. But yeah, this is just the thing I like to do. If you've been looking at, no judgment, but some of you have been looking at TikTok for 20 minutes, I know it. So this is the summary slide. You can look up and pay attention now. Yeah, we don't test everything. We should totally test everything. It's really hard. I wanted to whine about it, so thank you for listening to me. You're my support group. And it turns out I'm very easily distracted, so we've learned that. Glad we all learned together. Oh, sorry, were you taking a picture? Okay. And yeah, that was my talk. Thank you very much. Questions and answers. Questions guaranteed. I'm not sure about the answers. Oh, sorry, can someone run a mic over there?
I think usually you just repeat.
Yeah, I can do that too, whichever works.
So yeah, my question is basically, have you spoken to Ralph before today and have any idea if Conflux is going to make your life easier?
Excellent question. Have I spoken to Ralph before today? Yes, I love Ralph. Ralph is awesome. Do I know if Conflux is going to make life easier? No, but I hope it will. The vision, so Conflux, in case, you know, for anyone who doesn't have the background, is this new, it's a Tecton-based image pipeline, basically. It's a new generation build system. All of the stuff I'm talking about here is very old tech. Some of it dates back to the 90s. Conflux is hopefully a brand new shiny way which, you know, incorporates the last 20 years of software development practices. And if everything works out with Conflux, it would help a lot of this stuff massively, yes, because it fixes a lot of the background problems behind all of this stuff where it would just be natural that any kind of change to the build pipeline would be a pull request that you could just natively run tests on, stuff like that. We wouldn't have to build a bunch of things to solve these problems. The devil is always in the detail. Is Conflux going to have sufficient resources behind it? Is a Fedora deployment of Conflux going to have sufficient resources behind it? Are the timelines going to be such that it helps us rather than causing us nightmares? I don't know the answers to all of that yet, but potentially it's a huge help, yeah. Any more questions? Tim?
I have so much question. So you can go back several slides to your GIF.
The tumbleweed GIF? I was happy that worked, actually, because someone's GIFs didn't work earlier.
So you've been spending a lot of time with OpenQA, which is the SUSE project. Is this your subtle way of telling us we should switch to SUSE Tumbleweed?
Oh, I like that. Tim wants to know if this slide was subliminal messaging to promote SUSE Tumbleweed. Definitely not. Yes, it was. 2 more minutes. Do we have any more questions? I'm just going to leave the tumbleweed up, because, yes, over here. Okay, so that was more of a note than a question, I guess. Yeah, so they've been thinking about possibly seeing if we can use Cache as a sort of mechanism to do the reverse dependency testing, which is an interesting idea for sure. And we should think about it later. But yeah, honestly, my main focus in this talk was that stuff, and that was what I was hoping to get some work done on. But, you know, life happens. But yeah, let's talk about it later. Any more, or are we good? Great. Then thanks a lot for coming. It's nice to see you all. Enjoy Flock.
Next up is the refreshment break.
Yay.
Coming up at 3:30. Thank you, Adam, for presenting.
Hey, Carl, how's it going?
I actually did have a question, but I would feel bad asking. It's also sort of internal stuff too.
Oh, sure.
Because I missed the first part. I was in the GitForce thing still, because the Q&A was really
Yeah,
good.
no problem.
What kind of, is there any alignment between the OSCI team and the Fedora quality team inside of Red Hat?
OSCI team is, as far as I understand, I don't understand all the internal stuff around this, but as far as I understand, OSCI is at least to some degree responsible for Fedora CI in theory.
Yeah.
But they basically don't have the resources for it, so there's almost no official resources dedicated to Fedora CI. It's mostly people doing it in, you know, unofficial work hours kind of thing.
About that, and that lines up with what you're saying.
Yeah.
A while back, I noticed that installability checks weren't being run on Apple updates at all.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah, and so I went and actually had a friend over on the OSCI team, and messaged him. He's like, "Yeah, you should totally file an issue about this. I'll make noise about it in our team meetings." Like, this is important. Yeah, and also the installability checks on Fedora itself were only running like half the time. Like,
Yeah.
updates were sometimes it ran, sometimes it didn't.
Yeah.
There was another one, not installability, but
There's RPM Deplin installability. What's the other one? I forget. There's a couple other ones, but I didn't want to talk about them all.
maybe it was RPM Development. Was it?
Possibly, yeah.
Anyways, there was a mixed state, and some of them weren't being run on Apple updates at all. And obviously, I care about Apple, and I was like, I want this. I would
Yeah.
like this to get better. Anyways, so I filed the OSCI issue and stayed open for all, no response. And then eventually, it got closed, and they just said our team doesn't have bandwidth to work on Fedora.
Yeah, that's basically the state. For those things, I've been just trying to fix it myself. Like, I can point you at the repos if you're interested, but you kind of just have to file pull, just fix it and send the pull request is the only way to actually get it fixed. Mirovad Kurdi tries his best, but yeah, the problem is internally all of their focus is being put on RHEL. That's what their managers want them to do, so that's what gets done.
My manager had an interesting take on it.
Oh, sorry.
This motherfucker, I tell you what. No, I was talking with my manager about it, and she's like, I'm going to try and escalate this because, like, Apple is important to their Red Hat customers. It's not just this Fedora thing. Right. Like, there's some, like, yes, it's not directly profit driving, but, like, there is definitely an impact here that we should consider prioritizing this. You know, we literally have customers complain about Apple packages, and we're like, well, while we're not supporting that, we do generally want it to work correctly.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think another thing that happens is that there's not always understanding of how that repos is part of Fedora. Like, if you're deprioritizing Fedora, you're also deprioritizing. Yes. Yeah, honestly, the triggers for the CI jumps were mostly written like 5 years ago. So yeah, it's all
So is the just gotta fix yourself things that I know you started just trying to do in a big body update.
Coming up in the next hour is Birds of a Feather for containers. The organizer, I saw him earlier. He should be back. So thanks for folks for your patience.
So you can run a container and run DNF inside it.
Yeah, that's, well, first of all, as an edge you can. Don't do that.
So there's different people use containers for different things. Not all of them involve Kubernetes.
No, I agree. Use plugin. We can talk wildness. Wildness is a great reason not to use. That's good firewall fence. You can say anything anti-OpenShift.
Right.
Buy more OpenShift. So I think you're saying
see is basically what we're trying to help you do is design something that'll end up on a physical disk or a virtual machine. So that's a fully instantiated operating system. That's what we're considering removal containers. Because you're going to move this hardware, physical hardware onto a virtual machine. It's not the same thing as a standard container. Okay, standard container, that's where Fedora Minimal, if you want to eliminate all this stuff and get two very small images,
logged out and it was gone. Like it was completely ephemeral. So it's like, yeah.
So with DistroBox and Toolbox, they actually put your user section into a container.
Yes.
And in your environment now, you have what looks like no operating system. But in your world, you just can do the NF installs, you can do anything you want inside that environment, but you're not affecting the just need quantum computing, then we can do all that stuff.